That's right. A lot of pressure on them.
I know, that's.
Outreach, and I didn't get a chance to double check this with you guys, but, for this quarter, we had Shelby went out to work with Foster County for a couple of days. And September 11th, we had the Fargo stand down, which was in downtown Fargo at the, plaza. I believe they call it, just that open area. It's the third year that we've done it. And, it came back, I think we had an extra 100 veterans come through this time. And they are planning on next year for the, to make another big splash, because it'll be the 25th anniversary of 9/11. So. Did I miss any outreaches there from you guys?
I had a couple to Barnes County.
That's right.
I've been going to Stutzman and the jail outreach.
Yeah, was that this first quarter or was that last quarter?
That was, I believe it was in July. I think we did one in August. I'd have to double check.
But that's also another, Tom has been going out to Stutzman County, Dave Broughton has the, prison there. And, they've been going in once every couple of months to work with the veterans that are incarcerated.
Got, Tom worked with, Morton County over in, the state prison also for a while to get them started on that program. Expanded to the other.
And a lot of that's been, kind of a push for motivation from the justice outreach, the VA's justice outreach person, which is, who is that now, Tom?
Rachel Marcelek.
Marcellet, Rachel Marcellet is the deputy.
Marcelek, not Marcelek.
Marcellet?
Yeah.
Sorry, but, yep, she's been asking us to, help out more and help and work, make contact with the incarcerated veterans. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do. The biggest problem is that we can file a claim for them, but getting them a CMP exam, you can't get there from here evidently. So.
Nice thing about what has happened at the prison though is like a lot of other states have done this where they've had a pod or a section, where they'd have just for veterans. And when you put all the veterans together, you've seen that. And you put the veterans together and they take care of each other. The recidivism rate goes from here to this. They get out, they're done. Because they're trying to show some pride. Bismarck never did that. They didn't embrace the idea. The veterans inside set it up themselves, which is even better. This is no buying in there. And, Tom went out to help them, at their request. So I'm very happy with that.
So,
Yes, sir.
so if you're incarcerated and you got these programs started, once they get out, they're already signed up into the program then, so then it's easier for them to get those benefits afterwards if they qualify for it?
Want to answer that?
There's, Tom.
So, to my understanding, they're treated just like every other vet after they get out of prison, right? After they do their sentence, they're done. The thing that we're trying to accomplish is get them some kind of a payment or something to bring down the recidivism rate. So they don't go back to jail doing the same thing they were doing to get them into jail. So that's more or less the question. I don't know about the veteran, their individual, their group inside of the prison too much, but that's the goal.
Be successful when we get out, so set them up. Can't do much when they're in, but yeah.
So are you saying that at the state prison in Bismarck, there's no program there?
They set up their own program.
They set up their
They call it, it's like a veterans.
Okay.
prisoners group. Some states have called many different things, but they would try to put all the veterans in the same pods, which does get to be an issue with the different crimes, putting together. But there's been quite a few states that have had bigger prisons and they can do that. So North Dakota's finally, they've done it themselves. So it's not so much they're all together, but they do their meetings together and motivating each other.
Really glad to see you there.
More questions on that? Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know I don't have the status, but, what's the reason that we can't process the VA claims that they give?
So we can have the process. It's a matter of security getting them to their exam. And so you can't tell an incarcerated person, oh, hey, on October 10th, you're going to be going out in town at 9 AM. It's a security issue where they could, try to break out or they get a hold somebody else. The issue that we've been running into more or less is we submit the claim, the exam goes out to contract comes back, they can't contact the veteran. And so we try to get them to set up with someone in the prison to get them out to their exam. And then it just becomes a cluster. But the issue that I've been trying to push is, can we get someone at the prison to do the exam?
Yeah.
And CMP has told me that they are not going to authorize it, that they can't authorize it.
CMP.
Yeah.
The compensation and
Compensation and pension.
at the VA. And it's a national policy saying they can't just authorize one of the doctors in the prison to do the exams. So there's a bureaucratic block there. And then also, I don't know if the providers in the prison are willing to even do it, or if we can force them to do it. So that would that would solve a lot of our issues. But that is a problem that we're running into that we've been working. So,
But those physicians are usually, residents from UND. Am I correct in that? Do anybody know? It used to be that way.
inside the prison system,
Yes, they do the physicals and sick call and that kind of thing.
I'm not aware of that one, or that specific issue.
Okay, you don't know who the.
I don't know who the physician is. I just know that we're getting pushback. It's not even pushback. It's just national policy from, big VA from compensation and pension. And then also, I don't know if the state can force the state prison, employees to do this legal exam,
The DBQs.
the DBQs and all that. So we're working it. I'm in contact with Rachel. David and I have gone into the prison multiple times, into the, James River Correctional Institute. So
So if we get 100% disability while they're in prison, it's not like they're gonna get these checks, because when you're in prison, you don't get it, but it can help their families out. But it really sets them up for that day they get out. They got that, plus.
And no matter what their rating is, they can only receive 10%. So the 10% rate. So even if they're at 100%, they're only receiving $175 a month. And that's, unless they're at 10%, then they have it. But, so they're not getting rich while they're in prison. They have enough money to cover their canteen and, maybe put some away for when they get out. They can start something, they can pay for rent, they can put a deposit down. Something to that effect. I mean, that's really.
Just to clarify, the intent of this program is to help the veteran understand the resources that they have once they leave the prison system. They understand, what we call the VGO, Rachel Marchleck is the Veterans, Justice Outreach Coordinator, get them enrolled in VA healthcare for counseling services, outpatient services, mental health treatment, and know they can file a claim once they're out. So, Tom and David from Stutzman, they're filing what we call intent to file, an intent to file a claim while they're within, a certain period of their expected release. That sets that date, and they have a year from that date to file that claim. So while there are limitations to the program, we're doing our best to set that veteran up for success once they are released.
I've said it many times, if you got PTSD and you got issues and you get in trouble, justice involved, so I go to veterans court, but you end up in prison, it doesn't help. So if when they get out, they have illnesses, set them up to go St. Cloud, Hot Springs, wherever it is, so they can get that proper counseling, whether it be for addictions, PTSD, and whatnot. So hopefully we get back to society, it's like functioning adult. One. Next.
Training this year so far, we've completed the spring and fall conference. The spring conference was in April. We had 52 in attendance here in Fargo. And we recently completed the fall conference in Bismarck. And we had 53 BSOs in attendance. And those are the two trainings that we put on each year to ensure that all of the advocates in North Dakota, the county veteran and county and tribal veteran service officers, have their continuing education credits that they need to maintain their accreditation. That is the primary reason for these training conferences. Secondarily, it is the networking and peer support that builds between the counties so that they can work, with each other and help each other during the year.
Next slide.
I've so far trained 3 new BSOs in this biennium in the first quarter, and you've got the names.
Yep, we had, Cavalier County and North Dakota Veterans Affairs, Jonathan Ross, and McHenry County, Lisa Marshall. And compared to that, last biennium, like we said, we had 14. Biennium before that, we had 22 that, had come to Brian's training. So I like to track that because that shows some of these counties that are having turnover. And it takes a couple of years to learn the job, so when we have counties turning over quite a bit, they don't get much done.
Got 2 brand new. Walsh County, just the new Walsh County BSO just started a couple weeks ago, and the new
Towner County.
Towner County got hired. I just haven't met him yet. Or Wells, I think it's Wells, just got hired. And
Just quit.
yeah, well, Wells just quit, but they just hired her replacement like today, yesterday. It was quick.
The news and videos. I know my wife needed the hard pieces.
Okay, I got the next one here. Thank you, Brian. Burial Memorial, funeral honor coins, we did order another set, we got them really good price again. And those are our sales, like I said, we needed about 300 and some to sell every year to break even and have enough to cover the cost of the coins for those that we confer. The funeral honor stipends for this biennium already, we do have 16, so we're off to a better start, 16 details. So we will give a funeral honor team $50 for doing funeral honors. That's for the whole team, not for each, and that offsets the cost of the uniforms, the guns and ammo, all that good stuff. So paid already, first quarter is only $3,800. The stock, like I said, of the funeral honor coins, now we're at 5,000 again, and that should last us 4 years or more. Still looking for that photo. Not gonna stop bringing this up. Neil McIntyre from Williston, Williams County. We do have somebody who's coming in that might help me with that too, but we've had the senator's office, the governor's office, many people digging in, and we can find this for us. Next, please. Bridges for the fallen, the 6 or the 7 that were approved last session, 6 of them have been dedicated. There's one that was postponed by the family and the sponsor because they couldn't get people together. They're gonna do it this spring. Evidently, they had 2 county bridges approved. I don't know who approved them, the counties did. So that just fell on my desk. And so some Orland Cool and Earl Nermal, World War II. I'm not sure where they're gonna be located, but all that documents are coming to me. And the National Guard burial medallion. The legislative committee agenda, it's on that also, whether or not we're gonna get some funding, but we're looking at, the legislative committee, your agenda has to look at that today. I want you to help me with the direction, which I'll go over here. We're looking at doing a zinc, with maybe a bronze covering, so it's cheaper. If we design our own, we can sell it. We have no funds for this, so either we reach out for donations so we can confirm, or we have to get permission if we use the individual emblems that I'll show you. We'll need approval to sell, from the military organizations. If we use those, what I'll show you next, other states can use it too. So, you have some thinking to do on that for those that are new. North Dakota decided to, say if you're not eligible for any marker for your military service on your personal headstone, we can confer one or we provide that shows that you served. So if you did 6 years in the National Guard, or you did reserve but never got active duty, you're not gonna get a marker or anything on your headstone. So it's something you can affix to it. Next screen, please. So I looked online, and here's some that exist now. They're not through that, they're just their emblems, but why couldn't we just have these made, big enough, put some holes in them, And, they can be affixed to the headstones if the family want to. Each branch seems to have them. This is one idea that, you guys get to look at today. And like the color ones, of course, we can make them also do like this. But if we were to, I tried to look, see if somebody could provide those for us, say, if family wants these, could you make them? Probably not, because they'd have to get the licensing because they sell it. They could probably print a bunch for us by giving them away. Of course, we'd ask for permission. Next slide here, just goes on to that shows the Air National Guard has those, Air Force Reserve, Coast Guard, and, even Space Force has something, so there's something we could use. Next slide again, and this is one that Colonel Sheldon used some AI, kind of threw something together. I like it, but it's North Coast specific. So if people are burying somebody in their several Minnesotans, or is that working? And it's not for the reserve, it's for the guard. This one I thought would be pretty nice. I talked to the NCA director or undersecretary, and they're like, hey, it looks great, but we're gonna get a lot of calls. We were like, where's mine? Because it looks too close to what they provide. So if we design our own, we can figure it out from there and do what we want, so. We move the direction we go in, by the end of tomorrow will be great. So we can discuss that in your meetings. I don't know if there's questions. Any questions or comments on that? That I believe is going to the legislative committee for you guys to consider. Next, we've got Chris Crutchfield. You want to tell us about your education and training?
Yeah, so some of the things that been working out over the last little while here. So NASA is it's not the people that fly into, going to Mars. It's the, our association that covers the state recruiting agencies within the US. So, I do two conferences per year with them. One's in the summer and one's in the winter. We usually go to DC in the winter time and chum it with some of our congressmen occasionally. I also always attend the VA office hours. They have a monthly office hours that covers VA Central Office, provides some training for us to give us updates on what's going on with education benefits. I also serve on a few committees with the association. One is a transition assistance committee that deals with transitioning from active duty or military to civilian careers. So that's a pretty helpful focus for, we have a couple Air Force bases here, so. And then I also do something locally within the state called the Military Academic Affairs Council. And if Colonel Sheldon is on the thing, tell him that he's not getting my email, so he needs to show up to the meeting, pretty soon here. So let's see, what else do I do? I'm not on the executive board, but I always attend the executive board meetings for our association as well. So those are just some of the meeting stuff that I do. As far as school visits, so I did complete all of the assigned visits for FY25. I currently completed a few for FY26. Working on that, so we can go to the next one. So this is just kind of looking at like the third quarter of FY25. The technical assistance action, so I word things a little bit differently than our VSOs do. Technical assistance is things like phone calls, some emails. Usually those are things from county veteran service officers, schools, sometimes veterans. Just kind of depends on who needs assistance with how do I do this? How do I file an application? That might be a simple question. I'm looking for information on how to get my school approved for VA education benefits, that type of stuff. The approval actions, that's going to be anything, including reapproval of older programs. We have to approve them every so often, anytime as there's a change, which is usually yearly. We have to approve them, as well as new programs. Colleges are always coming out with new and updated bachelor's degrees and associate's degrees all the time, so those have to be approved. And then that could also include new facilities, as well as withdrawals of certain facilities, so that's kind of just all encompassing. I have been working on a few new high schools. Right now, high schools can be approved for VA education benefits. That program, and basically what that means is if you're, in high school currently, you can use what's called a Dependents Educational Assistance Program, otherwise known as Chapter 35, while you were attending high school. You don't have to be in a specific program, it's just a high school diploma. However, the VA has nixed that program. Well, I shouldn't say the VA, the Congress eliminated it starting August 1st of 2026. So, but it's good for this year, and I can retroactively do the approvals going back to August. So if we do get a few more high schools approved for this year, then I'll continue to do that. Williston High School, that one, this is a slightly old slide, but yeah, I did, that Williston has also been approved for GI Bill. That it?
Yeah, nothing.
I don't know more.
Hey,
Oh yeah, so this looks like the overview, of things that went on for the biennium. So as you can see, you know, a lot of different things going on. I need to get better at, you know, monitoring or writing down every time I get a phone call and making sure I get points for that, I guess, but yeah, 978 technical assistance actions, which could include the things we kind of discussed. Those are the major approval actions. There's quite a few things going on. I'm really the only person in the state that handles VA education specific approvals, so I'm kind of going everywhere doing that. Talked about those conferences. This year, I'm going to be attending an additional conference down in Texas. It's called AVICO. That conference is for our school certifying officials. And I'm going to be hopefully presenting some information to them on military transition assistance. So that's my goal for this year, as well as attending the regular stuff. And I also sit on a few other committees as well, just for information purposes. Anybody have any questions on VA education, GI Bill, state education benefits, anything like that?
other than the National Guard people that, know their section of the GI Bill is the top rated state to go to for that. So we're very happy with, you sticking around. The next slide is me, veterans preference. Things have been going good. I've had 4 appeals. Very humble first, agency is doing it right, which is good. And, one of them was canceled by the applicant who didn't understand what he was applying for, which is fine. So, things are going pretty good with that. Education and training, what are we back on? There we go. Financial loan program. You want to talk about that, Dan, even though, you're moved on from there?
Well, I guess since I'm wearing 2 hats, yeah, I can talk about that a little bit. So we've seen a little bit of an uptick since we increased the loan limit to $8,000, which is good. We haven't had a heck of a lot that we've had to deny. Mostly denials come from not having the income to pay for it, or the credit score is too low. Excuse me. As far as collections, we do have 2 in collections. It was kind of unfortunate because, you know, we gave a break to the one and then they just disappeared off the map. The other one, not really our fault. We've got a lot of legal issues going on right now, so she's not paying her loan back. We're gonna revisit this next week, but may have to just deem them uncollectible. Any questions on that?
We do send them to collections and then we can write them off. However, you can revisit it and bring it back by, or for a century code. But this is the bottom line here. We're up 4,000 already this biennium, means that the fund has gone up. So if you write off the loan, less than 4,000, we're even, we haven't lost money. And that's my main thing. I don't want to lose the principal fund balance because this is revolving account. So we don't get more money. The interest we earned, we keep half, give half back if they pay it off in time. So when we have to write off the loan, it takes away from that. But I think we made almost 40,000 ahead last biennium, so we didn't write off anything. So we're sitting good.
What's our credit score now?
580s minimum.
Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, so the credit bureaus use a 4-tier system, so excellent, very good, good, and then poor. So we use the bottom of good, that band, which is 580. It used to be, in the past, we were using a more stringent one. And the minimum credit score was 650 then. But a couple years ago, we went with this one, and it seems to help out a little bit more.
What are they losing by, let's say, what they got to score at 550 or way lower? How close are they to that 580 limit? That's the question.
If they're denied for credit score, it's generally because they're way lower.
Way lower.
Yeah.
It's not a marginal thing.
No, what he'll do is, commissioner will look at their credit report and ask some questions, is it, medical bills, and that type of thing. And then if they have the discretionary income to pay it, and then if they've had a history with us for loans in the past. So we'll take those things into account as well.
We look at that because the original intention of this before it was a loan, it was kind of a grant, but it became a loan, was that bridge to help somebody through a tough time. So we look at it as they go, all of a sudden somebody had a medical issue and they can't pay all their bills. I get that. So we can give them a loan, they can use part of the loan, pay that plus they'll be back to work and then get caught up. That's the idea of the loan. So sometimes we take a chance on that. Unfortunately, we do have some that backfired, but we work with them, we get the principle at. All right, and we're on to the next one already. This is the Fund 410. With people, there's Fund for a Trust Fund and the Fund 410. They get confused all the time. Fund 410 is where we get our post-war trust fund earnings, interest, and it cohabitates with a lot of stuff now. So in that Fund 410, we have $1.1 million as of September 30th of this year. That much 636 was in CDs, 500 of that was Fisher House, and 560 in cash. That's because the ACOVA sets gives us the advice to put money into CDs. We got almost 400,000 in September. Well, that's August or September. So the post-war trust fund interest earnings in one biennium, we get at the next biennium. It takes a little while for the treasurer to get it. He gave us our funds, so we've got that 377 for use. That's all in CDs now. So we have them invested as per your wishes or your orders last time. So the cash is down. So then we break it down, post-war trust fund, 564 of those dollars, 564,000 is from the post-war trust fund. That's carrying on from the last biennium and what we just got for infusion for the next 2 years. So we do have a little bit more of an allowance last time. So this committee gets a look at raising income, asset limits, and spendable limit. Impact grant, that's a grant we applied for. Our funeral honor coins, that's what we just talked about. That's from the earnings we've had on selling the coins, plus what we've had in donations. This is before we just spent money buying the 5,000 coins, which is only about 11, 12,000. Donate money for use of HBOT, the Vietnam Veterans coins. This money, we'll be talking about that. He gave us a loan from Post-War Trust Fund to buy the coins right away, to offset the donations. So that can go back to Post-War Trust Fund with your motions. Donations to our grant program, the bridges donations. So these bridges that we're talking about, that's all donated money. Somebody sends us money for that, it goes into that account, so we have enough to do 23 bridges there. The Fisher House CDs, we track that separately. And another ask for you is we've earned 53,000 CDs in interest already on the Fisher House donation, and we have cash, so we're going to be requesting to move that into CDs so we can make more money for the Fisher House, which we are going to get soon. Just I'm not going to spoil it. No pressure, we need it now. Any questions before I move on? All right. A little bit more about post-war trust fund. This is the post-war trust fund itself. So this is what the treasurer has. We have no access to it. We earned 377,000 last biennium, so that's our allowance for the next 2 years. The balance as of 9/30 is $9.5 million. Now remember, we just got $500,000 from legislation too, so that includes that. And minus the 377 they took out. So good job, Mr. Treasurer. He's getting us halfway to our goal in 20 million someday. The license plate revenue, this is just this biennium already. We've got $6,400 go in there, and then the income, check off another 1,400. On those numbers though, they're over 100,000 from the license plates, 150,000 from income tax history. So good job. That was a program you guys put together. House Bill 1054, DSOs may add to the principal. Talking to the treasurer's office, he says, yeah, we'll figure it out. So if any veteran organization sends us some money, we'll figure a way to get in the post-work trust fund so that they get their tax deductible and whatnot. So that should come to our office or the treasurers. We'll figure it out all over. Next slide, please. Unless there's questions. This is our grants. I'll give Dan a little break. This is the biennium. This is what the post-work trust fund, our grants. We've given 6 post-work trust fund grants already. There's still 4 open from last biennium. So we haven't paid any of these. As you know, it takes 6 months sometimes to get a grant completed. The impact grants, we've had a lot of those processed. So hopefully we'll get our post-work trust fund grants up to a better level too, and we can process more of those. So we've already approved $6,100. So I think we're running low on those. We'll have to ask for more money. And, I think there's about 40,000 in that. Next, please. Healthcare, Andy Cares and Governor's Challenge, still working on that, having meetings with them. They're doing great, working with ND Hopes. And, there's my shameless here, 988, put it everywhere, promote the heck out of that. They did, First Link does a great job, and they got another appropriation from legislation to help keep going. That's the number you call for anything and everything you might need. If Tom can help you, or one of us. Veterans call there for mental health or whatever they might need. That same line can help you in North Dakota. Senator Kramer's got this bill. It didn't go anywhere because the government shut down. And today, just before I left, I got an email that said we were denied. Cool. Not happy, very sad. Don't know why yet. We're gonna look at it, but, it's still, the priority is for those states who have it. So the renewals get it. Last time we were denied is because all states that had it applied. The money that was left over of the 38 states or 38 applicants, 1 got approved because of the funding. So we want to know if that's funding or if there's something we did on our application. Senator Kramer's office is going to help me find that out, and they're going to keep pushing that. So we get to be a priority to get that box grant, and that is for suicide prevention in North Dakota. We have a plan. We're working on a plan. We get the funds, we put it on steroids, hire more people and get it done. That's where we're at. So I got to give that good sad news. Fisher House project, we're still in line for land acquisition. It's in process. We have that $1 million available to us from the ARPA funds. I did pay that. And so that's done. No more there. And then after that, once the land's approved, we're still on track for 2028 Fisher House operational. And, our new director will talk about that, I'm sure, later. I found out he's got some experience. Awesome. Funding to prevent veteran homelessness at 245 or so. Hopefully, Andrea is gonna stop by from Cap ND, talk to us a little bit. She's done meeting. What we did sign the contract this week. And so they decided they would do, the processing of half of these along with us, and they're not gonna charge any admin. We told them that is an issue. However, we're asking them to do a lot. It's not like, okay, just when you run out of money, use this money. We're requiring them to do a lot of research. I want data. I want to know where these people came from, how they ended up in this position. And I want them to do follow-up, which they don't do now. So you help somebody pay their rent, get them housed one time, where are they at in 3 months, 6 months, a year? They agreed to do that follow-up for us because this is state funds, and I want to say, hey, yeah, we helped 18 veterans pay their rent and none of them were housed now. I want to say they did help. So that's, they'll look at the next year and see what we can do and work with you guys on that if they'll need some admin. So that's done. Legislation, that's still me, ARPA funding, that's all done. We're done. Every nickel that we got has been spent or turned back. That just happened last quarter with our transportation. We're gonna talk to you guys about that, if we can pick up some of those costs. And I'm gonna share that with the VA, show them what it would cost to expand. And Senator Kramer wants to expand the federal grant from just the highway rural to all of North Dakota, at least by another couple. Yep, so the Fisher House money was given with both those. So from now on, you won't have any more ARPA fund reports. We're all done. That's the American Recovery Plan Act, the funds we got a few years back. So those are going. Let's see. Legislative actions taken, Wolfsburg Trust Fund. I did request the funding to get transferred. That's been transferred. The bridges I talked about, the National Guard. Reserve coins I talked about, the homeless, and that Fargo National Cemetery, I visit with them. They're not in a place yet where they're gonna ask us for the 3 million. But I will include that on future reports to you. So if they do actually get the approval by the VA now that they're open and running again, we'll see if that happens in this plan. Military sacrifice plate, helped with the logo, and other than that, DOT did everything that's available now. So, National Guard, active, whatever, if you're an active member of the Guard, part-time, full, and you die, your family can get this plate. So, it's all around duty during your time. And Frankie Evans, the last one, I'm continuing on this, the letters were sent, still don't have the names on the, memorial, Vietnam Veteran Memorial, so I'm working with, hopefully Secretary Bergen's office, Secretary of Interior, and the legislative GBA committee are reaching out and saying, hey, can we just have the president do this and get it done because there's not many family members alive. Possible legislation, not much, but hit each one, the Garden Reserve Memorial Medallion, once we get that going, are we gonna go back and ask for funds to pay for it? Bridge for the Fallen, their cabinet, the North Dakota Veterans Legislative Council said they were gonna do about 7. So they've got 7 and that's all that they plan to bring. So I guess they've got those picked. Education tuition waiver, these are things that have been there before. The last one had residency of a child, that just popped on my desk. So if the child moves here from Minnesota or something and their parent has passed away or whatever, they lived here for 5 years, can they qualify? So I'm not sure if anyone's bringing that bill yet, but this is pre-awareness. I write down everything that is legislative, stirring out there. Next. Property tax credit. Those are the items that, are still on the list from last session that didn't get processed at all. And that's just the taxable limit changing, the disability rating going below the 50 and adding current serving members. And do we want to go back to a post-work trust fund principle again? Said to come back, but will they remember that next time? I don't know. HBOT, somebody up in Minot contacted me and many legislators said they want us to put $3 million in for veterans with HBOT. They provide hyperbaric oxygen therapy treatment, the chambers up in Minot. And so they're talking to people. They reached out to me. I wrote it down. I'm not sure where it's going to go. If they get a legislator, we pick it up. Continue veteran housing grants. If everything goes well. Will we continue the full 500,000 less more? So we want to keep that on everyone's radar. Claims agents, we're hoping that doesn't become an issue, but we'll be hopefully visiting with some more legislators to get them educated on why that's important. Somebody asked about DAV plates adding the actual words to save the veteran. DOT doesn't really want to do it, but they can because it's not to take legislative. And there's many options out there now. So some veterans asking legislators to have it added. So I think we can take care of that without going there because they can have the little marker put on the DAV plate and the placard. But just because they have DAV plates, they get tickets for parking in handicap, which you shouldn't get a ticket for that, but we will address that hopefully with the Department of Transportation. Then of course, there's the National Guard and military and Department of Defense bills that'll come. Military compact physician assistant died last time, we don't know why. I am working, I reached out to Senator Meyer again to set up a meeting, to start visiting again about the legislative caucus, so hopefully he's hoping before Christmas we can sit down and see if they can get a different host leader and keep that going and get more members, so. Where we at? Transportation, boy, it's all falling on me still. Highway Rural Transportation Grant, we did get the 665 for this next year. We're gonna replace 2 vans. Last year, we turned back or didn't use 50,000 again, so we're getting pretty dialed into, the actual amounts we need. The ARP is completed. DAV vans, we replaced 2 in 24, just replaced 1 in 25. We got the last one made by post-board trust fund. We're gonna sell that, so we got $2,500. You can buy it today. It's in my parking lot. It doesn't look good though. It's a 2005. We shouldn't have to replace vans for 5-6 years or more, because they're all pretty new. The VA ETS has 3 vans in Fargo, and that's the Veterans Transportation System where they've got a paid driver and they can do the local stuff, which is very important. And hopefully someday that will expand a little bit. And here's my quarterly report of all the transportation that runs through our office, the ARPA funds, which will end, the VAV van. This was, I updated that. DAV got me some more numbers, so that's actually a higher number. The Highway Rural Transportation Grant, same day, and the VA. These run through the VA, but they're paid for by us. I don't know, nonprofit. We get them funds for those that aren't covered for the transportation. We'll pay for the taxi or the Meals on Wheels guys or the VA leagues. And I'm gonna keep this on there till we get it fixed. We're still working with ITD on our audit, the status of 2017. They might just say, oh, we're good. Yes, an update.
I sent you both of the waivers today.
We just want that. They're good.
They're good.
I jumped on the CIO this morning, it's fixed, he'll send notice to you guys and the auditor as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you, sir. You're gonna save us some money.
That was my entire presentation.
That's all I have. I've got my staff here to meet you guys. Any questions you have for them? They do amazing things, especially on lots of boards and committees. Any questions for me or them before we move on? Mr. Chair?
I know.
Well, good. Now, I'll be here forever. You guys, if you wanna hang on a little bit for whenever we take a break, but, I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
We need to take a break until you're available for a picture.
Oh, I should be asked the chairman if we can do that.
Okay, take a quick break for each picture. I also want to add, she's got in your income. There, she's won the national, set the national for the MSP, right?
Yes.
She's on the national community, she's set up a lot of national, important stuff. So.
Very well. Executive Leadership Council, and I'm not sure what the MST will basically.
So we learned about that like last year, we spoke about that later, that's part of it.
We got some good.
Are they still using your checklist? She created the checklist that nationally the VA is using to process MST claims. We're pretty lucky to have VSOs that we have over there on that wall.
I like it at our national conference with all the other states, especially Florida and California with their hundreds and hundreds of staff. Our people ask the good, tough questions and be like, where the hell did you get these people? They know their stuff.
What's that? You didn't give your 5 minutes to take a picture, you said?
Yeah, we gotta take a picture for Kathy.
Okay, we're taking a 5-minute break, like a quick body break, and,
Bathrooms are done by the entrance there.
well, you know what? Yeah, right, Brett, you'll be up next. You shall be.
I did not take that.
That's good. Right. I think we had to.
Hey, NDDA employees, please come with me down to the lobby here, where we got an open space where we can take this picture.
But yes, I will do this. Remember, line's not going, you're right.
Guys, for coming. It's nice to put chases to these.
There you go. Oh, it's been a busy day. Yeah, no longer.
Yeah, thanks to think of us. Appreciate it, how you doing, sir? Good. Thanks for being here. Charlie. Nice
Nice to meet you.
Where you got on the board or?
They come and go. You had to talk to Lonnie and, chairman there about all that.
Yeah, we got 3-year deals for 1 all the time. Oh, there's. I heard, I'm from the ambulance side, there's 3 from the ambulance, 3 from VFW, Legion, so it's gotta be okay, so.
Yeah. So then.
Well, why never? Yeah, well, you got one for free for the arguments in there.
Yeah.
Large.
Oh, there's one that they call.
He's, so there's a big for the.
Yeah, these five up, then
Trying to get us down here. He's trying to keep Wayne, keep him.
We switched
and
committees
he's
once
here
every
line.
2 years.
He's very good.
But you're on the.
Yeah.
Committee.
It's kind of like you guys struggle with me, I was clean on ground through there.
The committees have. Just all working, but these guys will help them out, you know. Yeah. Leave them down what they need to learn and stuff like that, so. Free from the steel. That's why. You know, I've been on here, I think, 10 years. Been chairman for 3, I think.
You getting your new ambulance club done?
Not quite yet, it's gonna be close, December 1st.
It's a monster, compared to what it was.
Yep,
Good for you guys. You
just
did.
gotta get the contract to do little stuff, that's the problem, it's got little plastic and pitted stuff.
Yeah. Me and Joe had the meeting this morning,
That's what I figured you
and
gotta.
then a funeral besides.
We had a funeral yesterday.
Went to the meeting for an hour, and we had to leave the
Yeah.
meeting for a funeral. Their next meeting, Lisbon Foundation. Yeah, don't use it, the day before.
I looked twice, and I go, no.
13?
Yeah, so we gotta pick something. We seem to hit it the same day all the time.
Was that right?
Yeah, I was there on the 13th I left the farm, building a funeral on the 13th. Cause that was Thursday. No, it's on Friday.
Oh, yeah, we moved up because of the Kathy's deal.
Yeah, it's good.
Where are you out of them?
I live in Fargo.
Fargo?
So, yeah. Veteran? Yeah. We do have, work with Great States Construction, Business Development.
I'm from Oaks originally, but I've done 50 years and retired. Now I retired out of Gravana Industries in West Fargo.
Oh, okay.
If you remember them, they sold out to Caterpillar.
Yeah, I remember hearing about them, yeah.
That was owned by the youngest butler in the world,
Yeah.
Greg,
When did you retire from there?
2008. 40 years, I took over now.
My brother-in-law had worked for them for a stint, but it was after, it would have been after 2008.
What was his name?
Skip Shuley, he's a Border States electric. Oh, yeah. I
Because
mean,
my son was there for a while, now he's over at Trail King. Oh, good, trailer. Yeah, when I started there, Gramada, I was either number 8 or number 9 because two of us started together.
okay.
We always argued about who was the first,
Yeah.
I was number 8, no, I was number 8.
Yeah.
But, and then, when I retired, it was 235, so, there's a hell of a lot of growth,
Yeah,
200, some people.
Yeah.
40 years, that's still.
Don't tell them I stole them in a minute. They'll come after.
So you're what, you the Marine Corps guy now, Big Dog?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
How you doing, Jim?
good. Okay, were you there when they had spaghetti the other night or whatever?
Couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
we had it. I didn't make the last one. We had our Marine Corps ball this weekend. That went really well. Did it with the reserve unit out of Washington. Had a really good time. did too good of a job, now they wanna do it again. Right?
Give them free booze or hell you do.
No, there was no, that was the problem, they, we were at Jasper. They donated the ballroom to us. They, gave us a discount on the meal, gave us a big discount on the rooms, they were only charging 110 on the weekend,
Those are spendy rooms.
and they're like 250.
Yeah.
So they really helped us out. Problem is, bar prices are a little bit higher than the E3s are used to. When a mixed drink is $14. One of the things we got like a silent auction, you know, with like, we use little coupons, you buy a coupon and you throw your. Yeah, we only got like $400 out of that, and then my, my people were kind of upset about it, I said, hey, $14 a drink, that's where our silent auction went, because that's what we usually do to help break even on it. But Jasper took such good care of us that, we broke even without much, so.
Good. Yeah, $14 is like going to a Twins game or a Viking game.
Yeah. 14 for a tall boy bush latte. That's steep. Yeah, since a 12-pack of them is 6.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, have a good meeting. Does anybody in here, I'm doing last call for, tomorrow evening at the Shields Arena, we're doing, Kathy's retirement party. And I got a couple tickets left if anybody from the ACOVA has an alibi and wants to go. I haven't heard.
No, I don't know, Brian.
No, but what's the plan for the meeting? I guess I'll figure that out tomorrow, right?
My day's a little longer than I like, it's been, maybe doesn't make us gonna get done. I'm right there with you, Brian.
It's many sites.
Yeah, just.
Possible.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be going again here.
Right.
Dave, the thanks for being here, Charlotte. Either that. Demand, all about demand and research different. And that's. And
They can listen.
we have to do.
They can wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Takes 5 years.
Unplug it, wait a minute, get back in, fixes everything.
Usually.
There's 4 tickets left, 4 tickets. Let these guys know right away, otherwise they're gonna let Kathy get away. If anyone wants to go to Kathy's field clinic, I'll let one of these guys know right away. Otherwise, they'll get the Kathy. There's also gun lots back there. Anybody want some gun lots? As we grab about 5, just throw in our safe at home and then one back in the field. So, is there some in there yet? I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. Okay, we're back. Mr. Brent Ferris? Yep. He's a new director for the VA in Fargo here.
Thank you for the invite. I'll just do a short, really brief introduction. We can swap the storage later. I am a retired combat Army medic. I retired in 2013. Came to the VA that same year in 2013. I won't bore you about all the different VAs that I've worked in, but prior to this, I was the interim director at Western New York out of Buffalo, New York, and then got the word in September that my appointment went through and I needed to get here. So I left Buffalo, New York and arrived here on November 2nd. So if you do the math, this Friday is my end of my second week. So with that being said, I'll just let you know, it was not a delay. There was a delay. I was actually selected for the role about a month and a half after Brenton went to New Mexico. But the way selections in senior executive services go in the executive branch when administrations change, is pretty normal for us. We kind of like to put the brakes on those. So I told the staff there, I was selected, but it took me 1 year and 19 days to find you. So with that being said, I just wanted to come and kind of give just some quick updates on what's been going on. So I know you've seen a lot of people probably sit in that seat over there and kind of rotate through. That is just the way interim director positions go. They ask people to fill in, just like, it's not that any of them didn't do a good job. There are time hacks to how long you can serve on a detail. So it just took so long that you've seen a lot of people here. So with me being appointed, I have been studying the Fargo catchment area for over a year from Buffalo. So with that, what I wanted to kind of give you an update on is what is the future picture and kind of what we're looking for, where you're going to see us move in the next 3 to 5 years. It might seem weird that I'm talking about this and I'm only in week 2, but again, just remember, I've had a lot of time to sit around and think about this. As you know, we have been upgrading our inventory across the catchment area. This is pretty normal for me. I was in the central Iowa where we replaced every CBOC that we had there. And what that does is the reason that we do that is to put what I call the complement of services at the CBOC that need to be there. We built CBOCs a long time ago, just thinking about primary care. We squeezed mental health in there and then quickly found no ability to bring anything else in because our old mentality was to have everybody come to the hospital. Healthcare engineering and design, the way we do healthcare engineering is completely opposite of that. It is to push as many services to the veteran that you can physically support. So what you're going to see is Fergus Falls was done. We will be doing a ribbon cutting that is there. On the 21st of November, we will be doing a soft opening in Grand Forks. That will more than double that clinic. We will do what we call an operational opening that Monday, the 24th. That means we'll be complete. On the 21st, we'll be in both sites, not to lose anybody as we finish the move. On the 24th, you'll see our address on Google change and everything, and the new site will be listed. The intent of these expansions are this. We're putting full diagnostics in and around our providers. That is laboratory, x-ray, different things that if you think about the human body like a car, you need to be able to run diagnostics to completely know. The further we fragment that care, the more difficult it is for veterans to receive care, and it takes longer. So we're looking to establish that. It's also going to allow us to establish and push specialty care, the enhancement of home-based primary care, and eye, optometry, and in some of the clinics we're evaluating this, some rotation of ophthalmology as well. So the intent is to be able, the veteran to go to one location based on demand, we are placing it. It doesn't mean that you'll have it there every day of the week because demand may not mean that. So we may have providers and staff kind of rotating around, but these clinics will give us the ability to adapt to the growing market, and we do have a growing market. Following that one, I just finished the 10% drawings and the plans for Bismarck. We will take that clinic to over 30,000 square feet. It will be a sizable, more than triple the size of the current Bismarck CBOC. The entire design to that is there. Here's the thing, I've been studying the demographics of Bismarck for a long time. The growth in Bismarck supports this business plan. Not only will we put diagnostics in there, we will lay concrete padding for possible future mobile MRI, PET CT, and different things that clinic may be able to swell into. We will have eye ophthalmology. We will keep primary care, mental health, but we need space because like in Bismarck right now, we have 4 PAC teams, but with the demographic growing, if I don't have space to put a 5th one, all it does is drive up wait times. So we will be doing that. And then following that, we have kind of scratched out on a piece of paper, we will be redoing the Minot CBOC as well with the same intent and the same design. We won't do this at every CBOC. It is all based on demand and the way that we see the population and the veterans are going. We elicit feedback from the veterans, like what is the care? What are the things we track by demographics? We want the space to be able to adapt. The thing that is different that you will see that we will do that the VA has not done, we will not own a piece of real estate. We will lease it. And a lot of people are kind of get uncomfortable with that. I will tell you right now, the VA inventory and in its mass is over 80 years old. So if you think about the people that built our hospital in 1929, never once in their mind thought we would still be there in 2025. But we are. What we are doing at the VHA level is looking to lease build. That means we lease from someone who buys the land, builds the building that we want, and then we sign a competitive lease with them, usually what you will hear us call a 10-by-10. We'll sign 10 years with an option for another 10. Why do we do that? Because if 10 years, the new clinic we build in Grand Forks or Bismarck or Minot aren't big enough, we can exit that lease, do a lease build, and possibly get a new building. So you're going to see a lot of infrastructure things that we are kind of looking at as we track our populations. I will tell you that does not include every CBOC. Demographics and production is still important to the business case model that I have to put forward. I want to highlight a couple of things that the VA Fargo healthcare system has done recently. In August, anybody that has not heard of Joint Commission is the private sector hospital. I almost call it like the office of the Inspector General. And what they do is they accredit hospitals, private sector and public sector. In August, we went through and VA Fargo healthcare system received a gold seal. That is not given to everyone. There is a silver, there is a bronze, and then there is where you can run the potential of not being accredited as a hospital. We received the gold seal in all aspects of care. And so what I want to say is that is multiple, like you can be a gold seal in outpatient something, you can be a silver. We received a gold seal in our accreditation for the entire healthcare system. That includes our CBOCs. As well as there is a national CMS inventory. If you have noticed, a lot of veterans have been asking, we can talk about private and public sector healthcare designs if you choose to. The challenge that the VA does to deliver care, because we don't see care in the community as community care, we see that as VA care. We are just partnering with a community partner. I own all that care. It does not matter where it's delivered or where we design it, it falls underneath us. So what we do is in recent past, and the secretary wanted this, he wanted a comparison of VA care alongside private sector care. So if we're referring to the community or we're keeping in-house, what are those things that we're using as a judgment? I tell you, VA Fargo healthcare system is the only 5-star CMS rated hospital in the state of North Dakota. So that means it is a 1 to 5 star. That means every healthcare system that operates in the state of North Dakota can be a 4, a 3, or a 5. We are the only 5-star rated CMS facility in all components of care. The reason I point that out is I am an old retired first sergeant. So I don't mince words. I say exactly what I mean. And I have been in healthcare. I've never done anything in my adult life but treat veterans. From the time I was a baby B combat medic, private, in a field artillery unit to the moment I stand before you right here as a director of a healthcare system, I have had no other mission in my life but to treat veterans. I am looking for quality and quantity. Our quality at VA Fargo, at the Fargo VA healthcare system is second to none. And I'm going to leverage that in everything we do. Now, I don't want you to walk out and think we're a bad community. We have great community partners who are partnered with us to deliver healthcare to our veterans. But what I need to be able to do is prove to you, the veteran community, and frankly, my bosses, of what kind of care we are delivering here. And I can just tell you a gold seal on accreditation in August, and they went through the CMS rating in July. And it's easy for me to come in here and brief you. I always used to say in the Army, it's easy to brief green on a PowerPoint. So we are doing, it is a great healthcare system. I know a lot of you know that. You've engaged in healthcare there. I will tell you the very first veteran I spoke to at 7:45 on my first day outside the Liberty elevator, he stopped, shook my hand, asked me, he said, "Are you the new director?" And I said, "Yes." And he went on to tell me how he had received care in multiple places, community, other VAs. And he said, "This healthcare system is about the best healthcare system in the country." He shook my hand, he stared me in the eye, and he said, "Don't screw that up." And I said, "Roger that."
I hope that he used the F word.
Well,
Because you're a veteran, you've been serving a long time. If he,
I cleaned that up in the conversation that we had. So I want to say this, it is a great healthcare system. We have growth models. I know there is, I will tell you, I'm coming out of the Western New York catchment area where I had the entire western side of New York. If you ever look at the state, everything's on the east and at the bottom, downstate. So when you're on the west, you just own it all. And there has been a lot of anxiety around a lot of changes in the VA, things that we've been going through, things that, you know, I always say you can't control the flow of rumor on Reddit. All you can do is be transparent. And so that's my intent here, is to be transparent with you. The secretary, who I've met 3 times, has always said this: we are in the business of delivering the best care we can to veterans. Yes, we need to be an organization that needs to change. Any of you that have worked in the federal government knows change can be a 4-letter word to us sometimes. We get stuck in our ways. We are changing, but our mission devoted to treating veterans has not changed and will not change. So when you see us here, there will be some growth opportunities. I will tell you this: I am a marketer and an outreach person. I have a great stable ELT, a chief staff, a nurse executive, and a COO that are running the operations of this healthcare system and doing it well. That allows me to be forward facing. So as I hear all of you talking about GI bills, you will see me at every college campus. I will be speaking to every single veteran that I can that uses the GI bill. Because a lot of them know, whether they're from this state, out of state, I don't care what state they're from, they are eligible for care while they're underneath me in our catchment. We will work outreach, we will work marketing. So my big thing to you is, I got to hold my first town hall yesterday for part of our catchment, had a great opportunity to talk to people. And I said this: I asked the secretary of the VA a question in Dallas. I was the first one to ask, and I said, I have a 2-part question. I said, 1, when is the DOD and the VA going to figure out how to auto-enroll veterans when they exit the military? Why do I have to find them? And he wrote it down. And I said, then in 2, if we can auto-enroll how do we get them in our catchments, give them new veteran orientation, whether they're enrolled, eligible for care, eligibility law is law. That's not policy. We don't get to determine that. But what we can do is, we know there are a lot of veterans. I just met one on Wednesday, or on Tuesday at the West Fargo, VFW during the raising of the colors ceremony. And he said, I'm not eligible for care. And I said, who told you that? And he looked at me and he goes, well, and I said, no, what barracks lawyer told you you were not eligible for care? Because if we don't tell you you're not eligible, you don't know that. And so he came on Wednesday to see us, and lo and behold, he was eligible for care. So what I would say to you is, I know you all do this. I'd like to use you as part of my marketing firm. We're here to serve veterans, and that is all veterans. And I always say on the DOD side and the DHA, you've got veterans during the young active duty years. I am responsible for us for the rest of our lives. And so what we need to make sure is that transition from whatever duty they're coming from, active duty, National Guard, Reserve, it does not matter. When they're coming across, we are all pointing them to us. We can enroll online. There is an app. They can come in person if they want to. We have an eligibility office. We are looking to extend our services to veterans across the country. That you're going to hear me say this a lot. And I'm just going to let you know, at 12 years before I retired, this was the last job I was getting. So you all are stuck with me, good or bad, for a long, long time. So I say that to say, steer people to us. Do not let assumptions or all of that go. The last thing I wanted to point out in the update, we are leaning in and we are leveraging caregiver support. There are so many people taking care of our veterans. And one of the best things in my tenure I've been most proud of is how we are finally wrapping our arms around the caregivers who are caring for our veterans. We will be posting online education, outreach events, downtime events they will be able to take part of with fellow caregivers and everything. We have November and December up and everything. I would ask that you steer people to our website, steer people to our social media. We are going to get aggressive in our outreach to veterans and their families. We're going to be aggressive in keeping this healthcare system a 5-star. And we're going to be aggressive in redeveloping this healthcare system to ensure that it is what we need, not just today, but my son, Penzi 7 in January. I don't even know how that's physically possible. I can't be that old. But I want this VA ready for him when he needs the VA in the future. So that's what we have to do. We have to balance today and the future. And I would just ask you, I am a phone call or an email away. I am a whirlwind of ideas. I never stop thinking of a different way to do something. So I will come in future meetings. If there are things you want updates on, things you want questions on, things you have heard that you think we need to brief, I am open to build that and bring that here to make sure that I'm giving you the brief that we need. So I'll stop right there. Any questions for me?
It's a short lecture. I keep it really short. So on Veterans Day, I was listening to Fox News and saw Joey Jones with the secretary, and Joey Jones, double amputee, Fox News, at the end, he kind of took the secretary to task over something that the secretary said about being responsive to veterans and stuff. And the secretary closed him out just fine. I mean, it was friendly, but really what I heard in Joey's response to secretary was sort of a challenge to all of us, which is in any way that a veteran finds his VSO or the VA to be difficult or obstinate or not functional is a real challenge. And it's not just you, it's all of us. So I appreciate the words that you've said. Let's just all keep on working to get veterans into the system, under the umbrella, in the communities as well as the big center. Some people want to go to the big center, other people don't want to touch it.
Absolutely.
So just keep on doing that. That's good.
I will say this, the guy on Wednesday that came to see us, I was leaving that part out. He had a negative interaction with my healthcare system. He went in to see if he was eligible and he walked away. That was 22 years ago. So I agree.
I just wanted to reiterate that Gold Seal accreditation for JACO and for the is it called CMS? Yes. That's really, as a nurse, I'm a retired nurse of about 43 years, and that is an incredible accreditation. It takes a whole family in a hospital to acquire that, because these individuals can stop and ask someone that's serving the lunch, someone who's cleaning up a vomit mess. They can ask anything on infection control, on anything. And if you don't answer right, they check that. And so it involves everyone in that hospital has to know, has to do a good job. And that says a lot about the hospital. I commend you on that.
I've never worked in a hospital until now that has been 5-star and received a gold seal when you're in accreditation. So
I have not.
And just to give you an example of what she's talking about, that covers the hospital in its entirety. It includes home care, behavioral health care, and what we call human services. That is every service component of our healthcare system that touches our veteran. So when that team shows up, we are open to them carte blanche. And to her point, the one thing that I'll say about this healthcare system, they are great at operating at that standard rather than waiting to get ready for that standard. And that was evident in their accreditation.
Congratulations.
I have one thing that keeps coming up with veterans that I run into is the dental care for we seem to be behind the curve on that, but there's not proper dental care. It's very difficult to get that covered.
Yes, the eligibility for dental, and I despise people that come up and use a bunch of acronyms and everything. So the eligibility for programs inside my healthcare system are not governed by the healthcare system. They believe it's a conflict of interest if we have. So that's why you have the benefits administration, and then eligibility is passed by Congress. I agree on 3 phases because I just met my new chief of dentistry yesterday. 1, we have 13 chairs in our dental clinic, and just so you know, that sounds like you should have 13 dentists. That I should have 6. That way they have 2 seats. I have the hygienists and the dental assistants, and where veterans are coming in, going out, and there's not a lot of downtime. We are currently at 4, counting my chief of dentistry. Secondarily, I'm just going to be very frank, our ability to refer to the community has not been an overwhelming success for us locally and nationally by the type of dental care that they give, because dental care is so segmented. Each procedure or whatever you may need may require, let me give you an example. To work on a tooth, most of us, I don't, I have a lot of fake teeth, but I think a 107 rocket for that, but a lot of us, if you have 32 teeth, you have to have 32 authorizations in care in the community. And it becomes very labor intensive. It becomes very difficult for veterans to navigate. So those that are eligible for care, they are trying to get care in the VA. We are working on expanding that capability. Secondarily, that CEOC or the agreement between the community sector, we are working on that to take that from like an individual tooth thing to make that much more fluid, because we totally get. Now, the third part, the eligibility for dental, I have not heard, and we ask all the time, is Congress ever going to change the eligibility requirement, the percentage requirement to be able to be eligible for dental? And I've not heard any traffic for that. And I get a lot of veterans, so like, man, I can get care anywhere in the healthcare system, but I can't go to dental. I can't say that I disagree with that assessment.
They did, rural health had a study on that.
Yep.
And, to bring it down to 50%, to show that include, because really your dental health affects your health overall a lot. And I have not heard the end of that, what the report to Congress was, but the cost is so much less. I mean, you have to be 100% disabled to get that.
Right.
Or a rocket to your face,
Right.
but you're.
And I will just tell you, one of the things that drives us crazy on the healthcare side is just what he said. That not a lot of people attribute dental care to healthcare. And the reason our dental clinic is in our hospital is because it is as important as cardiology. So, I know there is a lot of talk. I know the secretary has been looking at a lot of things, you know, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. One of the things is we're not going to miraculously overnight build huge hospitals and everything we're looking to, exceptionally partner with our community providers, because that's the right thing to do. And when I say the right thing to do, it's the right thing for the veteran. And the choice of it. If they want to come to us, they come. If they want to go, they go. You know, like I said, I don't get to say if something goes, let's say a veteran goes out and something has a negative outcome with a community provider. That's still mine. So I have to manage that whole entire thing. So I am devoted to making sure that process is as lean as it can be and supported as it can be. So.
Thank you. Are your CBOCs gonna have whole health?
They will have whole health components in the context of chiropractic, PT, and OT. Some of the other classes and everything that I don't know that we'll put them in the CBOC unless demand dictates. But in our design, there should be space to be able to do that. But the component of whole health of PT, OT, and just like, you know, the one in Bismarck, we have in design to put if anybody that knows anything about prosthetics, you've seen the van we have, we call it the Mopoc van. That does a lot of things, from diabetic shoes to fittings to everything. That van also fabricates limbs. What we're going to do is actually put an in-house, we have in design to put an in-house lab in Bismarck that will allow us to expand the resources of the van. And what that means is, if you've ever met somebody with a prosthesis, it has to be fabricated, fitted, put on, used, revisited, refitted, possibly refabricated, and that could take up to a year before we get that limb right for the veteran. The van gives us the ability to go to the corresponding CBOC so the veteran doesn't have to travel. That lab will be able to allow us to expand our fabrication and delivery to our CBOTs, thus cutting down wait time. You're not gonna ask me about the Fisher House?
I,
Just gonna say this for transparent, there's the Fisher House going.
So, yes, like I said, I'm gonna answer it as transparent as I can. I got alert on Monday that I need to be watching for anything in my email that is titled Fisher House. As I was sharing with Lonnie, I had the fortunate, one of the very, I think the first crew at Fisher Houses was at Fort Lewis, Washington, and I was at Madigan Army Medical Center at the time. I have built Fisher Houses in VA Portland Healthcare System, which was at the Vancouver campus. We built one in St. Louis that I was part of in VISM 15. I am your biggest advocate to get this done. I have been there. I have had friends who were burnt, hurt, Ward 57 down at Bamsey, families staying for free at the Fisher House. This is a force multiplier for us. So I guarantee you, the moment I see a subject line that says Fisher House, that is the first email that I'm opening. What I can tell you is I have not got, my brief is, I'm just waiting. It takes about 17 people to approve that above me before I sign and take ownership of it. But the moment that gets to us, that's gonna move forward. And we are all committed to it. So all the way to my boss, Judy, the interim network director, she even, that was one of the first briefs she gave me. I was still in Buffalo. She was like, we gotta talk about the upcoming Fisher House in Fargo. And I was like, great, let's talk about it. It is a great asset. It is a great investment, and it does tremendous things for veterans who have to travel long distances. It's free stay for families. It keeps longer stay post-op surgery with family. It is just such a positive thing. It is a great attribute to our healthcare system. All right. Any other questions? I've not been here long enough to have cards. Sorry, the government shut down. I couldn't get cards or a phone. My IT was running up today. I got my brand new phone 15 minutes before I came here. So if you see me over there playing with my phone, I was trying to do passwords and stuff. I will say this, with the government shutdown over and everything, my VBA partners who were still there taking care, but not doing face-to-face, not receiving any compensation. My OIT department, who has been 6 weeks working for me, meeting every challenge with no compensation. These men and women are a testament to the agency. I shared this with my boss. Never missed a beat, never called out sick, never anything. They have been here working. We are excited that it's over. We understand it's been impactful to veterans. And if you have an issue with a veteran and you don't know who else to ask me. I'm not saying I'm gonna know, but chances are I'm gonna know how to find the person that can answer the question. All right, thank you.
Answer, but I'll find the answer for that. All right, next up is Mr. Al Dorman. Oh, okay. All right, thanks, everyone. Al Dorman, the Chief Operating Officer of the Governor's Office, if you didn't know that. One of the things, Lonnie and I started a one-on-one check-in every month. I had a question earlier talking about DOCR and who can make them do something. Me and the governor can make them do something. So things like this I can take back I was gonna have the big reveal on the audit finding, but you all spoiled that. But, you know,
I didn't even know.
I want to make sure, that we are all synced up. I might even provide a little coaching and mentoring as we get ready for the next legislative session, because that budget build is gonna start in January. And when I see that we gotta raise money to name bridges or raise money to, or charge people for coins, I'm like, nah, we shouldn't be doing that. But I can tell you in the next legislative session, if oil is $50 a barrel, there's gonna be belt tightening. Now, you guys are pretty lean and mean already. And I've not heard a politician yet run on a platform of, I really don't want to help veterans out. So I think you got a great product to sell, but it might be a challenging legislative session. Lonnie mentioned the military caucus. I have been chatting with them quite a bit because right now I think it's more of a social group. Because I've asked the chair, you know, when military and veterans issues come up, does that Veterans Caucus act as a clearinghouse for those? And they're really not there yet. But I would submit that if ACOVA backs something, the Veterans, or they get their coordinating council, I forgot the old name, but when you switch names, I've been off forever now. But if ACOVA, Veterans Coordinating Council, the military caucus within the legislature, and the governor's executive budget recommendation, all say the same things, and we're all singing from the same sheet of music, I think the likelihood of success on legislative initiatives that support our military and our veterans, the next session is quite high. I'm supposed to talk about the governor's priorities. I'll start with that. I'll share some other thoughts and priorities for the governor. I'll comment on some things. I had about 20 questions I wanted to ask, but I did not want to hijack your meeting, so I didn't ask them. But just want to share some thoughts with you because there's a lot of power in this room. And again, when we combine it with coordinating council and the power of the governor's office, I think we can get some really cool things done. As far as the governor's priorities, we had an offsite last June. We came up with 6 priorities. If you count these as I go through them, you'll probably count 7. That's because some are sub-priorities, the main priority. You won't hear anything specific on veterans, but I can tell you, at least in the first governor's priority, which is the first one we tackled, which is workforce, there's some things in there where we need to plug in NDVA and the ACOVA. When I see that we have grants for veterans homelessness, if I can also support workforce through grants to veterans homelessness, whether that is if they had a home, they could re-enter the workforce, or if they could pay their rent, they could stay in the workforce. And again, veterans would be at the front of that line as we look at how we spend that money. But workforce is the governor's first priority. There's a priority for every governor. I don't know how many open jobs. You hear numbers like 13,000. But then you also hear that when Sanford Health puts an ad out for a nurse, they actually need 20. But there's no point in putting 20 ads out there because they know they won't get 20 at a time. Or if they do, they'll just hire them all and just keep the ad running. But workforce, big priority. But within workforce, we know that we can't grow the workforce in some of these areas, especially in rural North Dakota, if we don't find a solution for housing and childcare. So while workforce is the main priority, we have set up, oh geez, there it is. Guess I sent those to you. Yeah. We've set up sub cabinets, or task forces on those cabinets that are really focused on housing. And housing is not a bunch of cabinet leaders sitting around the room saying, all right, how can we spend money? Because there is a feeling that sometimes the government's measure of effectiveness is, did we spend the money? That's not really a measure of effectiveness. So we're bringing in stakeholders from private sector to get after all these issues for housing and childcare. I also don't believe the federal government and state government is going to fix all our problems. And when I talked to the governor's Workforce Development Council, which is a mix of cabinet leaders and business leaders that are really focused on the sectors where we really need to fill workforce requirements, I always ask them the question, what are you doing to be part of the solution? Because when I hear the state should just pump more money in this program, that's probably not sustainable, especially if oil is $50 a barrel. So how can we work together, public-private, to get things done? The housing task force, I'll talk about these sub-cabinets. I've been in state government now since 2007. I've been through a couple, 3 administrations, cabinet meetings. When I first started, everybody went around the room, kind of said, here's what we're doing. Normally just shared the good news. And then we all pounded the table and left the room. One of the things with Governor Armstrong, my conversations with him early on, and this is a horrible campaign slogan, but he said, you know what, I want to be less aspirational and more operational. And part of the reason, some counseling for you, I tried to retire a year ago, that didn't work, because he wanted me to come in and work on the operationalization of what he wanted to get done. So rather than having all the cabinet get together all the time to try to fix problems, we've broken them out into sub-cabinets. So workforce sub-cabinet, not everybody's in the room. The Commissioner of Financial Institutions maybe can't help me out with workforce, but DOCR can, Indian Affairs can, NDVA can. There are others that need to be in that room, so we make sure that we scope the problem and we put our resources where we can do the most good. Within each cabinet, I'm requiring, and this one I'm leading because I'm a glutton for punishment, because I know it's the hardest one, but every cabinet or sub-cabinet will also have a policy advisor from the governor's office and somebody to facilitate the process. One thing I don't do well is all that facilitation, team building stuff. I need somebody who can do that. I don't mind sitting in the table and making maybe profound thoughts or statements once in a while, but I need somebody to drive that process. And then here's the membership for that. Next slide. The workforce task force, as you see, we're brought in the chambers and the economic development councils, the Association of Counties, League of Cities, Association of General Contractors, Manufactured Home Association. That one's really intriguing to me because you can't build a house in Western North Dakota. If you do build a house, as soon as it's done, if you paid $400,000 to build it, it's worth $250,000 once you occupy it. So how can we leverage maybe something where there is a workforce, build those homes and move them to where they need to be? I always go by, I was at Sabika, Minnesota with Anderson Homes, and well, a lot of those homes they're building and then taking onto a lot, they're pretty darn nice. So looking at creative solutions to get after the housing issue. Next one. Childcare is the other one. This is just starting now. But this is another one where when you do the forensics on where the state of North Dakota puts their money to support childcare, it's here, 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 and here. And I can tell you, COVID really messed things up. Because when we looked at workforce, we had 90 programs in 8 different agencies that had workforce programs. So if you don't sync that up, you know, how you know you're going to make a difference? And guess what? As Lonnie shared earlier, all that ARPA money is now gone. So all those good ideas that we might have approved a few years ago, that are serving some constituency, if it's not a priority, it's really hard to tell that constituency, now we're not going to have this program anymore. So we're trying to be very careful when you start a process that you can follow through. One of the things Governor Armstrong has harped on since the day he took over is don't bring a pilot project to me until you show me what the objective cost is. And what do I mean by that? A pilot program of $10 million in Health and Human Services might serve 10% of the population that needs access to that program. But to ramp it up, it's 100 million. So you gotta ask the question, you gotta pose it to the legislature, can we afford 100 million a biennium for this program? If we can't, don't start the program. Put the money somewhere where we can sustain it going into the future. Next slide. Public safety, again, blood for punishment, I'm carrying this one. But this, and I do have some background in public safety. So we're really looking at, fire, EMS, law enforcement. What I've challenged the group is none of us are getting paid to figure out what to do during this and the next biennium. We're getting paid to figure out what we're gonna do in 10 or 15 years. So what do we need for public safety in the future? This hit me, in 2016, 17, I was in charge of the response to the pipeline protest. And I looked around the room and I'm like, where the hell is the commissioner of public safety? And I realized that I think I'm the commissioner of public safety. So, you know, we're not gonna have 10,000 people camping on federal land in southern Morton County every year, but the world is changing. Do we have the public safety enterprise that we need for the future? The other thing is I'm really digging into rural North Dakota. As you all know, we had pretty nasty wildland fires about a year ago. We, for the first time in a long time, lost some citizens in those fires. This has really gotten the legislators' attention, but the initial plan that I saw for this would have probably been a $10 million bill. And it would have been a state capability that would have pissed off every local fire chief. So that's probably not the answer. Conversely, the model that we built in North Dakota and many states is that everything is local. And then when they can't handle it, the state comes in, and when they can't handle it, we go to the feds. In rural North Dakota, you might have fire chiefs that are 65, 70 years old. And guess what? They're on the line. They can't recruit the next generation of firefighters. So is this model even sustainable anymore, or do we need to come up with a new model? I share that with you, and frankly, the best recruiting base for firefighters, EMS is the same way, by the way. The best recruiting base for firefighters and EMS are probably veterans, prior military folks, and for those in the Guard and Reserve, those that are currently serving. I see that all the time. Folks that are National Guard, you look at what they do in the private sector, a lot of times they're in law enforcement, EMS, trades like that. Okay, recovery and reentry, big priority for the governor. It was for the previous governor too. Catherine Bergram had her Recovery Reinvented program. I forget the whole history, but Governor Armstrong's grandmother is like, one of the first that really weighed in on mental health issues in North Dakota. So this has been a passion project for his family for some time. They're up and running. In fact, Governor Armstrong brought in Jonathan Alm and created a new cabinet position called Recovery and Reentry. He's also a former defense attorney, so he's very interested in how do we get people that come out of the correctional system and reintegrate them back into society. And that's why if it would help in that effort to be able to process VA claims for incarcerated individuals, I'm going to at least ask the question, why can't we do that? If it's a federal issue, you know, Senator Kramer is well positioned. I always said when senators, we have right now with our senators' assignments, we need to be a leader. Because I was here when our senators were not on the right committees. And it's really hard to influence national policy when you don't have a seat at the table in those committee hearings. So recovery, reentry, off and running. You'll see Indian affairs and a lot of these, but I'll talk more about Indian affairs at the next slide. Recreation sub-cabinet. Governor Armstrong will have no problem retiring someday because he will just hunt every day of the week. So this is a passion area for him. But making sure that, you know, land's accessible, that, you know, we have the right venues, I'm not a hunter, so I say things like venues. I'm sure there's a much better word. But anyway, and that sub cabinet is led by both Game and Fish and Parks and Rec. But it's making sure we have, what we need for quality of life with our, constituents. And the other thing I'm working on is, for too many years now, is base retention. But part of base retention, if there ever is a future BRAC, is to make sure that when people come here, they have opportunities to recreate. Because I know over the years, we'll talk about the military commission toward the end. But I've met a lot of airmen, like at Minot Air Force Base, and I always ask them, you know, are you gonna stay in North Dakota and retire? And in some cases, they've said no, because it was also stationed in South Dakota. There's no state income tax, and they do a good job of recognizing my military acquired skills for civilian employment. So what have we done over the years? We've eliminated income tax for retired pay, then we eliminated income tax for military pay. And we work hard every year to put license compacts in place to make sure trilling spouses can quickly integrate into the workforce. And just make sure that it's not an excuse to leave North Dakota because you can get a better deal in South Dakota or Texas, or, I mean, if you're in the Air Force, I think it's part of the in process. You sign here, be a Texas citizen, you won't pay tax for the rest of your life. Well, let's make them North Dakota citizens for the rest of their life once they come here. So anyway, I'm in the ditch again. All right, efficiency and innovation. So legislators set up a legislative task force on government efficiency. It has, I think, 4 legislators on it, and then 4 members from the executive branch on one of those. But little coaching for the next legislative session. I was glad to see in Lonnie's initial presentation that you're measuring things. Because this is a focus area for the legislature right now. We just don't want to give money out, and then you come back next session and, you know, how'd you do? And we're like, well, we spent all the money. Well, no, how'd you do? Show us your results. But what I think you're going to see in the next budget bill, the next legislative session, is there's going to be an expectation that you set metrics for how you're going to measure this. And then we all hold ourselves accountable. Because there, again, I think between high commodity prices for several biennia, the ARPA money that flowed like wine for a while, our budget is really increased. And it's probably time to tighten our belts up. But I share that with you because I want to make sure that NDVA, ACOVA, you guys are never at the back of the line. You should be at the front. And again, your pennies on the dollar compared to some of these other agencies. Tribal relations. We set this up in the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, Brad Hawk. His entire office is made up of 4 people. Brad Hawk is on every single committee in government. So there's no way to get after tribal relations, and there's no way to tailor programs so that they're not always going to be one size fits all. We got to understand the cultural implications of implementing some of these things on tribal lands. So we've set up a sub cabinet that strictly looks at tribal relations. Brad is also in some of the critical ones, like workforce and recovery and reentry. Brad, remember, his team will be on those too, because we need to hear their voice. But then we want to make sure that as we're implementing programs, we're doing it the right way. Because what I think might be the right way may not work on a reservation. So anyway, we got that team in there. Next slide. Okay, I'll try to pick up some steam here. So no specific line of effort in the governor's key initiatives right now for military and veterans affairs. With that said, in the previous administration, rebooted what used to be called Task Force Mine, which stood for Task Force for Military Issues in North Dakota. We now rebranded it and kind of changed our focus again a little bit to the North Dakota Military Commission. This is made up of some cabinet leaders and then leaders, again, community leaders from Bismarck, Fargo, Grand Forks, and Minot. And we may bring more diversity in, but right now, the way the bylaws are written, that's where we're at. But this team really looks at all things military and veterans. Behavioral health has been a focus. Michelle Panos, I think, is on the line. Her and Stark have probably pushed harder on giving better access to TRICARE than any two individuals in the United States of America. But again, Senator Kramer's on SASC, Senator Hogan is on Senate Defense Appropriations. There's a unique period in North Dakota's history where we have the right people in the right committees to try to influence national policy. But really, it is all things military and veterans that committee looks at. Now, it's important that somebody does something after we meet, because a room full of volunteers, chamber presidents and folks like that, they probably don't have the bandwidth to actually go out and advance policy, socialize it, get the support they need, and then get it passed into law. So, that's where I come in and Lonnie comes in. Lonnie's been part of our offsites every year with that group. I think you're also part of every meeting, at least ex officio. But to make sure that then once we get policy direction from that military commission, that the executive branch takes that and operationalizes it. Same thing here. You all are setting policy and direction, but you probably don't have time to draft bills. You should have some time to talk to your local legislators, military commission, but that's where Lonnie and the rest of the executive branch comes in to make sure we operationalize whatever it is we're going to do. So the governor is fully supportive of that. He is carrying on with Governor Burgum's challenge to all of us to become the most military friendly state in the nation. Hard to measure. We're working on how do we measure that, because every state puts a poster together and says, yes, we are the most military friendly. Well, you're not. When I see your criteria. But we really have put a lot of resources, and if Jay or General Johnson briefed earlier, you'll probably hear about some of the things we do. And it's not just the National Guard, that military commission and the support we get from the National Guard to run that process is really focused on all branches of service, all periods of service, and both veterans and those currently serving, and by the way, their families. We can't forget about that. The other thing is, I'm proud to say we have 2 Army and 1 Navy veteran in the governor's office. I can't remember any veterans in the governor's office in my time. And frankly, that's why I'm in the governor's office when I try to retire, because he wanted me in there. I'm a baby boomer. I can't say no to anything. So I'm sure he knew that when he asked me. Let's see. The other thing is, I mentioned the budget bill, but from an office of management budget, the governor's office perspective, that will start in January. We'll start with bigger agencies, but we will get to NDVA at some point in time. Things really got to be finalized a year from now. But I think collectively, we all got to work together is how do we build to that finale? I remember years ago, the Guard would always come probably to both the ACOVA and the Veterans Coordinating Council and say, here's what we're thinking about, and then find out what they're working on. We got to make sure we're synced up ahead of time. If there are things we don't agree on, we at least need to know about it, agree to disagree. But then, build that campaign back to marketing, build that campaign to make sure that we brought everybody along in the ride and make it really hard for legislators to vote no on something that we want to get done. The mischief we had last session, I don't think there was any way to work that ahead of time, because you all kind of worked it ahead of time. And then they changed, the rules of the game once the session started. But that's back to communicating, building that team. Because if somebody is not a fan of your bill, that gives you the opportunity to at least work on education, building a coalition. Defend the Guard will come up again. That one, we've been pretty successful in beating that one back, but Every year they get a couple more votes. So, you know, we don't want to be the first state, you know, where the president can't access the National Guard in times of emergency. And I won't get into all that, you guys, if I don't care. Let's see here. I have talked to the Veterans Coordinating Council. The fallen bridges have been mentioned a couple times. They are looking to put a process together to do that. Last session, there was a bill that I don't know if it was introduced or they're contemplating it, that put the adjutant general and the director of the DOT, and I think the Commissioner of Veterans Affairs is the people that would decide which bridges would be named. That makes me a little uncomfortable. I would like, because everybody wants everything named. And every case is incredibly sympathetic. It's hard to say no. But they're looking at putting a process in place. I really do think that this body or our veteran service organizations or somebody should be in that process. You know, early on, there are a lot of bridges named for those that we lost in the Global War on Terror. But I don't want every bridge named for this generation of veterans. We got a lot of bridges, but someday we're gonna run out. But I have seen more and more named after World War II veterans, Vietnam vets, others. But we just want to make sure that there's a process there where everybody gets heard. Because right now, when I look at the bridges that are named and how that happened, a lot of times it was because they actually knew their local legislator. They told their story. A bill was introduced for that specific person by that legislator. And it's hard to vote no. So, but anyway, I'm looking for a sustainable model there. I think the Veterans Coordinating Council is, I've already seen their draft bill. I think they're gonna bring it forward, where we can put a fair, sustainable process in place, rather than having, you know, two people that are probably veterans and one that just builds bridges and highways making the determination. I don't know if that's the right mix. I think we should get the voice of the veteran community in naming those bridges. I already talked about budget build, but Lonnie, maybe a conversation we can have at some point. I'd like to know how much money we have in investments. One thing that we're looking at is cash management. You guys don't have a ton of money laying around, but if you go to someplace like DOT or the Water Commission, who does like water projects, they could have tens of millions of dollars laying around, drawing no interest. So we're looking at, can we be smarter with our money when it's idle? But I think we should have a discussion about that, whether there's better ways to manage this money while it's idle. And I'm really interested in the post-war trust fund. I've heard about it for years. But if there's something we can do there, because again, when I see raising donations to name bridges, charging families for a coin, I'm like, that's not right. We got to fix that. So I'm gonna stop there. I think I made a commitment last time that I would try to make every meeting. It was kind of last minute last time, so I stayed for a few minutes. I want to stay longer today. And I really want to hear if there's anything on your minds. You know, chief operating officer, if I was going to put it in the military terms, I'm really more like a chief of staff. I'm the one herding the cats. I'm trying to hold cabinet leaders accountable to get the results that the governor and the legislature expects. So everyone I ask, it's like, how can I help? What are the barriers? Because that's kind of my job, is allocate resources and build up or break down the barriers. So anything I can do to help, let me know. If you don't have my number, Lonnie does. And they gave me business cards, but every job I've had, they give me 500 business cards at the beginning of that assignment. And then by the end of it, I have 498 because I never bring them. I can give you some old ones. They got plenty of those. Any questions for me or comments? I took out more than my fair share, but
Okay. Thank you.
Team on. And we got Jay Sheldon on for the National Guard. Are you there, Jay?
I am. Can you guys see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. First of all, I'd just like to say thank you for having us as always. General Johnson could not join today, but he does intend on participating in future meetings. The presentation I have today is a little bit mix of just some general information for those that may not be familiar with the North Dakota National Guard, and then talking quite a bit about some of the things that we have going on. Before I jump into that brief, I did fully intend on participating in the Military Academic Affairs Committee meeting last week, but we had a meeting here that ran long, Chris, so I didn't make it. So I will work really hard to be at the next one. All right. So this is our organization, the North Dakota National Guard. You can see at the top, we have the Adjutant General and the Deputy Adjutant General. And then the bottom middle to the left is the Army. And to the right is the Air National Guard. But I just want to bring of note in North Dakota, sometimes referred to as a super tag, they also have some Department of Emergency Services capabilities underneath it. And then they also oversee state administrative staff, the Veteran Cemetery, and then ND Cares, who you will hear from shortly. The North Dakota National Guard's current strength is right around 4,000 soldiers and airmen. You can see the breakdown of those there. Included in those numbers are our full-time employees. We have two different types of full-time federal employees, active guard and reserve, and then our Title 32 dual status military federal technicians. North Dakota National Guard also employs about 160 state employees. Many of those state employees are federally reimbursed through cooperative agreements, and a large number of them serve as the facilities staff around the state at our facilities. You can see the map to the right displays the capabilities that exist around the state. In green is the Army, and in blue is the Air National Guard. You can see the blue is really in Fargo and Minot with their Reaper operations, ISRG, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, security forces, and operations groups out of Fargo. And then in Minot, they have a relationship with the Minot Air Force Base where they provide security forces in conjunction with the missile field there. On the Army side, you really kind of have things dispersed throughout the state with primarily engineer capabilities, Minot, Devils Lake, Jamestown, Valley City, and then along the southeastern tier, Wishick, Edgeley, Lisbon, and Wahpeton. We have military police along I-94 and I-29, and then air defense artillery along the Highway 2 and 29 corridors. And then we have aviation assets in Bismarck and Fargo with maintenance capabilities sprinkled throughout the state. Like to display where our service members lived. On the left, we have our soldiers. And you can see predominantly home of records are in North Dakota, but we do have soldiers that live across the country, and similarly for the Air National Guard in the map on the right. Most of our soldiers that live outside of the state, and airmen that live outside of the state of North Dakota, do live in Minnesota. Roughly about 600 of those individuals reside in Minnesota. To note here is with all of these soldiers and airmen living around the country, they decide to stay members of the North Dakota Army and Air National Guard versus interstate transferring to a unit closer to them. So they're making the decision and sacrificing their time to come back to North Dakota for drill weekends and training versus transferring because they want to be a member of the North Dakota National Guard. This is getting to be a little outdated because a number of the airmen and pretty much all of the soldiers that were recently deployed are now home. So the numbers here are a little off, but that's due to recent returns of airmen and soldiers that have been deployed. I believe there's only about 6 soldiers left from the Southern Border Mission that the 142nd Engineer Battalion was on. And I don't have a good estimate on what's left from the Air National Guard side, but I know they've been returning airmen from missions over the last about 2 to 3 weeks. But I guess the point here is that we do continue to provide and support the being the operational reserve of both the Army and the active duty Air Force in supplementing those missions around the world and at locations within the continental United States. In future years, I know the Air National Guard is on a little bit more of a cyclical rotation, and this was kind of their heavy deployment cycle. But the Army National Guard is actually kind of in a lull right now, but in the next couple of years, more units will be deploying both OCONUS, likely CENTCOM, and then the ADA is going to be on another rotation out to the National Capital Region to support that air defense mission there, which is a pretty significant mission as far as number of personnel required. I want to talk briefly about some recent or ongoing infrastructure projects. In September, we conducted a ribbon cutting event in Dickinson for their new readiness center. That was a $27 million project, about $18 million federal and about just under $9 million state. That houses a detachment of the the headquarters and the platoon of the 816th MP Company. Beautiful new facility there. Recently completed was the line of communication bridge park up at Camp Grafton Training Center. The picture, it is actually done. It's just not been filled with water yet. So that's essentially a large pond that allows for the training of all of the bridges in the Army inventory. So it will be one of 2 locations that provides that service in the United States, with the other location being the training proponent for engineers in bridging at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. The picture on the bottom is depicting the nearly complete fitness facility at Camp Grafton Training Center. That was constructed this construction is being completed because of $8.7 million in ARPA funding received from the state. That is so that the Army National Guard can conduct their new Army fitness test. For past members of the Army National Guard, you had the 3 event test, 2 minutes of push-ups, 2 minutes of sit-ups, and a 2-mile run. This is now a 5 event test, which requires lanes and drags. It used to have a ball throw, which has recently been removed, but to be able to do this, it's very resource intensive. So you need space, you need stuff, and there's also a time requirement that it has to be completed in. And so you need to be able to do all of those things pretty much in a singular area. On the picture, on the bottom, the front entrance and front portion of that building is essentially a pretty standard fitness facility, free weights, machines, treadmills, those types of things. The back portion, which you can kind of see on the right-hand side, is the indoor testing location with a 4-lane track to be able to conduct the run. So hopefully we'll have some more pictures of that in the future that shows what it looks like inside once it's complete. We do have some future infrastructure projects, 3 of them that I'm just going to highlight today. On the top, we have additional lodging at the Regional Training Institute. And what's really the additional portion of this, if you've been up there recently or really within about the last 12 years, you're like, yeah, this already exists. But in the background of the picture, there's an additional wing for lodging at the RTI. That is the project that is currently number 2 on the FY27 Chief of Staff of the Army's unfunded priority list. This would be 100% funded from the federal government, and it is currently 100% designed. So if we do get the construction dollars, we are ready to put this project out for bid and move forward. In the middle, you would be 100% correct if you're like, that looks like a cornfield. That is because the land where the future Jamestown Armory is slated to go is currently a cornfield. We recently did a swap of land, or took ownership of some land near the state hospital south of Interstate in Jamestown, and we received $2.5 million of federal funds to start the design of that process, and that is ongoing at this time. I think originally have put that out to bid, working with the architecture and design firm. So that is just recently started. And then at the bottom, I'll just make note, we're hoping that we get some construction dollars for Jamestown, looking at probably FY28 from the federal government, and we will need some state matching dollars to complete that project. On the bottom, last legislative session here in North Dakota, the legislature gave us $2.5 million to design a Williston Armory. We've been functioning out of city-owned facilities in Williston for many years. Bounced, I think we're on the third facility over that time frame. The city has set aside about 20 acres of land just across the street to the south of the high school there. And so we're hoping to have a design ready to present to the next 70th legislative session and look for some construction dollars in Williston. No pictures here right now. We're looking to get some of those, but in the last legislative session, we also received $1.5 million in our base budget and an additional $4.5 million from SIF to work on critical infrastructure maintenance projects. The North Dakota National Guard maintains roughly 330 buildings across the state. So with that funding so far, and these numbers are getting a little bit old now, so we'll be looking to update them soon, but 16 projects have been awarded. That's used $900,000 of that state funds, which has returned an additional $1.7 million in federal funds to support those maintenance projects. We're looking to execute all of the money that the state legislature authorized us and appropriated us in the last session. May have to ask for a little more, but a huge victory was getting the $1.5 million in the base budget. That allows us to plan and lean forward on these projects with the differences in bienniums on the state side and fiscal years on the federal side and how they align with each other. There was usually, if we didn't have this base budget funding, we'd probably have about a 6 to 8 month gap in the ability to lean forward and start working on projects. So this really just allows us to know that we have this funding, and there should really never be a pause in projects for the maintenance projects. Talk a little bit about some innovation and partnerships. Everybody, I think, is probably inundated with the discussion on drones, small unmanned systems, and countering those unmanned systems. We've been leaning forward for the last number of years to do testing at Camp Grafton, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But what we've done a lot in the last couple of years is training. So we've leveraged relationships, as you can see there, with the North Dakota Army and Air National Guard, the University of North Dakota Emergency Services, Grand Forks Air Force Base, the Asymmetric Threat Group, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Civil Air Patrol have all been working together to conduct training. And then we've also used the Military Police Battalion to do some detection avoidance, and the Air Defense Battalion to do some target acquisition and tracking of small UAS. The picture on the bottom left is the air defense event where the Avenger weapon system using the Sentinel radar would try to track these small UAS. And the depiction on the right is essentially stacking of assets. And what isn't depicted on that, but was involved in the search and rescue exercise was the Bureau of Indian Affairs training at the Advanced Training Academy at Camp Grafton. So all of those players and add in their Civil Air Patrol conducted a search and rescue exercise with the MQ-9 from the Air National Guard, Blackhawks and Lakotas from the Army National Guard, and then these other smaller UAS assets from the University of North Dakota, with the ground search and rescue being provided by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So we're leveraging the capabilities that exist in North Dakota to not only train for search and rescue activities, but also allow our military units to train for the possibility of having to detect and or avoid small UAS in a deployed environment. Testing has been ongoing for some time. There has been some kinetic testing, which the picture in the top center depicts, but a lot of the testing that's been going on has been non-kinetic. The majority of that testing recently has been done in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security, Federal Aviation Administration, and the University of North Dakota. Of note, the University of Alaska and New Mexico State University have also been involved in some of the Federal Aviation Administration testing. So this is all going on at Camp Grafton South. We have about 9,000 acres of training area there, with a little under half of it falling under restricted airspace, which is where a lot of this testing takes place. So we look to continue growing these partnerships and relationships as we move forward in the future. We don't have the official notice, but you might be aware that the Secretary of War was, Mr. Hegseth, was announced that they were looking for 3 sites in the nation to be identified as Department of War counter UAS test sites. We put our application in for that. Again, we don't have official word, but it sounds like we might have come in second. But even without that designation, we plan to continue to move forward and support the advancement of these activities in any way that we can. The next few slides are going to talk about different programs and how North Dakota kind of supports the state and the globe. So if you're not aware, I guess I'd like to make you aware that the North Dakota National Guard has 3 state partnership program partners. There you can see their flags and the years that those partnerships were established. These are all West African countries. And the lines of effort you can see there are how we focus our efforts in supporting them. So on a given year, or in any given year, there are about 25 events that are conducted. Generally somewhere between about 75 maybe to 100 soldiers and airmen travel to one of these West African countries to support training events. So the picture on the top shows senior leaders. In the middle is the Deputy Adjutant General, Jackie Huber. And to the right, the furthest 2 individuals to the right were members of the North Dakota National Guard supporting those events. And then in the bottom, that's more of a tactical level training event where we send soldiers. Most commonly of late, we perform counter IED training for the local militaries. If you're aware of some of the world events, Nigeria, which has had a significant rise in terrorist activity, borders to the east of these 3 countries. And so there is some spillover in that region from those events. And we do conduct training to help support them in those efforts. Next, the North Dakota National Guard operates a counter drug program. You can see some of the stats of the recent fiscal year, FY25, but we have analysts and pilots and air crews that operate the aircraft you see on the picture to the top right. That is a Lakota utility helicopter. It has some sensor capabilities on it that supports local law enforcement in their efforts to do mostly drug interdiction. Again, there are analysts that are positioned around the state that support those local offices. And again, you just see the stats. This is at no cost to the state. These are all federally supported personnel and all the equipment that comes with it. They do sometimes have a lull in their ability to support. So a couple of years ago, the Lakotas were missioned to support the southern border. So in that year, there was very little support from aviation for this, but all of those analysts continue to support this event. But this is kind of a little known capability that exists out there. And then lastly, this is some direct support to the state. We're here just looking at the last about 5 years of responses. The numbers to the left of the events correlate with the pictures to the right. This is just a small fraction of how the North Dakota National Guard has supported the state. Again, this is just recently, but if you go all the way back to 1997 and the winter storm and then the subsequent flooding that occurred in the Red River Valley, our numbers show that we've supported over 100 events or emergency responses in the state that have accumulated to about 15,000 personnel days. A lot of the cost of those events ends up being reimbursed from the feds. So the cost to the state and the locals is generally pretty small when it comes to our ability to support the state. As Mr. Dorman said, our motto is generally that all emergency responses start at the local level. It's important to know that the National Guard is not just one phone call away. There is a process to get the North Dakota National Guard to respond to emergencies, and that runs through the emergency managers to the State Emergency Operations Center, where we have a liaison that communicates directly with our Joint Operations Center so that we can respond as quickly as possible to whatever the emergency is here in North Dakota. My last slide, and I thought about taking this out, but I ended up leaving it. This is just to kind of highlight a little bit of the value to the state of North Dakota that the North Dakota National Guard is. This is a historical timeline of our general fund state budget. So the line in kind of yellow orange here is what we've been our general fund budget from the state of North Dakota. You can see that's hovered just below $20 million. Sometimes throughout the course of the biennium, depending on if we are responding to emergencies, it might bump up a little bit from this amount. And actually in the current biennium, we're at just over $20 million, actually just under 21 million. But those programs and our ability to respond to those emergencies is largely federally funded. Even within our entire state budget, this 20 million, roughly 20 million, usually amounts to about 15 to 25% of our state budget. So our members and our ability to have trained individuals and ready equipment to respond to emergencies and support other efforts across the state comes at a great value to the state of North Dakota. And this is something we just try to make note of, I guess, whenever possible. I will touch on a couple things before I move to questions. It's been mentioned by both Mr. Norman and Mr. Wongan about the North Dakota Military Commission. We're very involved with them, and we do leverage the Defense State Liaison Office, which is a Department of Defense, Department of War office that tracks and prioritizes initiatives at the federal level, which we then evaluate and look to address at the state level. It's been mentioned a couple times about licensing compacts. Those are a top priority for us to try to accomplish. And then the other major focus of that office generally is in the K-12 area. So there are a few initiatives in the K-12 education arena that we will look to work on. And then we are right now from the North Dakota National Guard in Office of the Adjutant General looking to develop our agenda for the 70th legislative session. And as stated, we look to partner and have Commissioner Longen along with us as we conduct engagements around the state so that we are synchronized in our efforts. And as Mr. Dorman said, we may not agree on everything, but at least going into the session, we might know or we don't agree. But we do often support each other in our efforts to accomplish our legislative agendas. So I know Commissioner Longen has continually provided supporting testimony for our initiatives, and we try to do the same wherever possible for the Department of Veterans Affairs initiatives. With that, I will stop, and pending any questions or comments, that's all I have.
I see no hand raised here, so you're good to go. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
All right, continuing on. We've got Michelle with Indy Care. Michelle, you there?
Yes,
Okay.
I am going to, whoops. I don't know why you can't see me. That's interesting. All right, there I am. Very good. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to update you on what we're doing. And so I am going to share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. So just going to brief you on some of the changes since last time. And, and I know that we're doing so many things that I would be talking for a half an hour if I went over everything. So again, these are just updates. But I would be happy to meet with any of you new commission members to talk about what we are doing in total, or invite you to a sit-in on an executive committee meeting as well. The executive committee meets monthly, where the coalition meets quarterly. So we'd be happy to brief you that way. So regarding new partnerships, again, we are interested to have businesses and communities that are willing to publicly pledge that they are supporting the military or the military community in all its members, whether it's veterans, family survivors. So we are having a upcoming an upcoming presentation for Prairie Recovery, and that's actually happening December 11th, and they are just south of Flasher. And they are very interested in telling the community, the veterans and the military community, that everybody is welcome in that recovery center. And the same is with Altru. So a couple of months ago, Altru is a big healthcare system on the eastern part of the state. And at their hospital, we had their presentation as well. They want to get the word out that they are ready. Now, of course, just to remind everybody that anybody who becomes an IndyCare's business partner or community partner gets free military culture training. So we just want to make sure that everybody knows the difference between a soldier and a sailor and an airman and Marine and so on, and that they have a general idea of all the different branches and what makes up the integrity and some of the problems with the military community or military members who may need some help. So our Broadcasters Association, we have been incredibly busy. So we have finished the 988 Military Veterans Campaign. And so that ceased, I believe, last month. However, billboards are still up. And I believe that there are still some coasters circulating as well. But we did have radio and television for that. The Bismarck stand down, the Operation Civilian Readiness, that was a program of vets to vets. They wanted to make sure that they actually had veterans who are helping with some transition. Also the Minot stand down. And also the North Dakota Suicide Prevention Coalition conference this year. We did some radio and television for them because two of their speakers were military related. And then the Together with Veterans Suicide Prevention Conference. And of course, active, we're still doing the Compact Act, the Veterans Home, Legal Services of North Dakota, because they have a grant to help veterans. So that is what we are advertising. And then we also have the veteran stories from Paul, Steve, and Mark, and they explained on video their particular issues that they were having and how and where they got help. So those are going to be running until the end of this month. And then we as a coalition will decide if we want to ask the Broadcasters Association to keep it going to the end of the year. So right now we are trying to now recruit some women. So now we've heard from the men. And so coming up will be veteran stories. I'm also TV Legal Services of North Dakota. We did radio for Legal Services. And we were almost set to do television, but there was an issue that don't need to go into here, but it turns out that now the help from the National Guard, VI division, Visual Information in the PIO office, can help me only in limited circumstances. So I had to take matters in my own hands and learn how to do video myself. So Legal Services of North Dakota, that will be happening. Star Behavioral Health Providers. We want more providers to take the military culture training and be on the directory. And then, of course, women's stories, and then veteran peer support recruitment. And we'll talk about that a little bit. Just need to touch on some suicide stats. So again, we have an epidemiologist on our executive committee, and every month we get an update. And so this is preliminary, but we're at 19. So that is down from last year, but we still have a month and a half to go. So we are just praying that it stays there. Compact Act stats as well. Because we have radio and television out there for that, we are trying to keep track of how well this is doing. And so we're very happy to have this information from the VA. And then also we keep track of the Veterans Crisis Line, about how many folks who are calling and when, and if they identify as veterans. And as you can see, it goes up and down. But we want veterans, their caregivers, and those who worry about veterans or the military to call the crisis line. We want them to call. And sometimes it goes up. You know, there's events in the news where it goes up, and then it comes back down. But we want people to call. We have some paid social media advertising where we throw a few bucks at it. The North Dakota Broadcast Association is a contract that we have every year, but these paid social media are piecemeal, but again, with safe training. So anytime the VA has a public safe training, we put it out there on social media and pay for that. Also the Bismarck stand down, Minot stand down together with veterans, then the suicide prevention conference, and the calm and safety planning trainings, which our partnership with the Governor's Challenge. We conduct those, and then the veteran stories, and then you can see there what's upcoming. More safe training. Although it is nice to hear that the new director seems that they're going to maybe up their marketing on a few things. So that's great. So maybe we won't have to do that anymore, and we can move on from that. But again, we are happy to do that. And then veteran stories, and then Rally Point. Rally Point is in Bismarck, and they are a peer support group. And we are trying to get more people into peer support. So we are advertising those as well. So updates on our Governor's Challenge. There's a few updates. So the North Dakota Office of Suicide Prevention has a mortality review committee, and they have, I think this is their second year. They came out with a report, and so with recommendations. So now subcommittees are formed for those recommendations, and Indy Cares is on 2 of them, along with a lot of partners. So one of the ones that we're going to be on is the Subcommittee for Trainings and Education. Lonnie had already mentioned that we did not get the Fox grant, but that doesn't mean that we are not going to try to do what we needed to do with that Fox grant. You know, now that we've got more people on working with the state on these different subcommittees, we're actually augmenting the amount of people that we have working on these things. So we are still going to be working on the gatekeeper training for community members. And then also we were going to use that Fox grant for the Ask the Question for medical providers and ancillary providers. Well, that's one of the recommendations that came from this the state's report. So this is great news for us. So we are going to be rolling in what we're doing into what they're doing. So going to have some fewer meetings, and we are going to, more people are going to be collaborating on this one meeting, this one subcommittee. So regarding peer support, the Behavioral Health Division had their suicide prevention or behavioral health conference, I should say, in October. And there was information on peer support. So a lot of peer supports there. And one of our programs is we want civilian peer supports to take the military culture training through Psych Armor. And so what we have done is I have partnered with the peer support administrator for the state. And after the conference, we put together a video asking the peer support specialist to please take the 40 minutes of training in order to get a military culture endorsement. So we just did that, I want to say last month. And so we're going to let it go for the quarter and then look at the numbers and see how we did. And we're going to keep doing it until we think that we have a sufficient amount. And, you know, that target keeps changing, but we'll get there. So at the bottom there, so Minot Vets for Vets. So at the top is the civilian peer supports, but what we're trying to do is home grow our own military peer supports. So Minot Vets for Vets they have through their intentional peer support training trained 12. Now, I know that we have other peer supports that are veterans around the state. I personally know of at least 3 others that have gone through a different program than this one. So I have a meeting tomorrow with the administrator so we can actually get a number of how many peer supports that are trained, that are certified, are actual veterans. Because I know that we have more than 12, but again, we are so grateful to, again, our partner, Minot Vets for Vets, for doing that. And they are part of the peer support network in the state. So lethal means safety. And the state has a subcommittee about that because one of their recommendations was that we need to reduce access to lethal means by people who are at acute risk of suicide. And then another one was reduce risk to lethal means, again, for children. But we know that there's lots of children in military related homes. So again, it's not just going to be the governor's challenge and Indy Cares and all our partners working on this. Now that the state has a subcommittee on this, we are rolling in our efforts to them. More people are going to be rowing the boat in our direction. So that is what we have for right now. And I would be happy. I'm going to quit sharing my screen. I can find it. Yep, so you can see me. Anybody have any questions for me?
See no hands here. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Sure. And I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Ferris at our executive committee meeting at the first week of next month. Thank you.
Oh, we got something to take back to the governor. Jim Beerwood was our secretary. And he resigned, so you'll have to put him as secretary.
Yeah, and we're tracking that.
You're tracking that.
Yeah, I've already talked, we got the guy that handles boards and commissions is working on that now.
Okay. I just happened to see my note on there. So, hey, do we have Jerome Bill with, job service?
No.
Okay. Chris Deary?
Chris is,
I just see next to either.
Hey, Chris had an issue that,
What's up?
Chris had an issue, we apologize.
Okay, does Tom want to speak on behalf of the governing board? Tom Ryan? Okay, move on to, I guess Dane can pick up the slack.
I'm not smart enough. Okay, there's my mic's off now.
Okay.
Can I get my camera turned back on though? I don't know, Commander. I'm at a loss. But I do have a question. Dan, can you get our, so we get, I don't know if I'm the only one that's not getting a picture, or does like everybody else, Patricia, Pat, do you get a picture at all? Video?
Yep, I can see him. I can see him.
I have nothing like that. I got good audio. Yeah, okay. But that's all I got.
Okay, well, that's all that Tom has. I will just go over real quickly and just give you an update about the North Dakota Veterans Home. So again, I'm Dane Griegel. I'm the administrator at the North Dakota Veterans Home. I've been there just about a year and a half now. So we are a 150 bed facility. Of our 150 beds, 52 are skilled nursing and 98 are basic care. So currently, our current census is, our skilled nursing is always full, so we're at 52 right now with a waiting list between 6 to 8. In our basic care is at 98, and we're at 61 in our basic care right now as well too. We are very similar, just like as would be the VA, Sanford, any of them, we are looking for nurses as well too. So currently, we have about a shortage of about 2 RNs. And 3 CNAs, and that could fluctuate, even since I've been there, earlier in the week. I've had a busy week all over the state here, but, that's kind of where we're at with everything. We obviously utilize, agency nursing to help us get through on a lot of those things. But, just to kind of give you an update of what's going on, first and foremost, thank you all of you veterans in here for your service. We have had kind of Veterans Week at the facility. So for Veterans Day, obviously, it was just this last Tuesday. but we celebrated all week. So just some of the things that we did during the week. Monday, we celebrated the Marine Corps' 250th birthday. So we had a big kind of a cake social in the afternoon, different bingo events and activities for the guys. On Tuesday, we had Joel Heitkamp from KFGO. He comes down to, I don't know how many years he's been doing it, for the 2 years that I've been there, or the 2 Veterans Days that I've been there. He comes down and does really, spends 2 hours and has, he spoke with 4 veterans and really gets some great information out there, gives them time for sharing and storytelling. If you were to go to their website, I think they save and stream some of those things, but this year we had our final resident speaker was tremendous, and his story is just awesome. And I know that you can go out there and get his name, but I don't want to say his name just because of the HIPAA reasons, but if you have the opportunity to go and listen, if you weren't able to listen to it, it was fantastic. So Wednesday, we had the Jamestown Drum and Bugle Corps come and play for our guys and gals in the afternoon. And then they had pie and ice cream afterwards, so we were out and about serving those who didn't want to maybe come up for the music, but you could hear the drum and bugle corps all through the facility regardless. So whether you came up to our town hall to hear it or not, it was a really cool thing. Also on Wednesday, they had a group from Sandy's Donuts out of Fargo who came down and brought cases and cases of donuts for all of our residents. Just amazing. So this is my kind of second, I spoke this morning to our North Dakota Veterans Home Foundation Board. So I know Jim, so you've probably already heard me talk about some of this, but it's amazing just the amount of support that we get from the veteran service organizations, and just somebody like Sandy's Donuts who came down, and they brought down some of their leadership team from Fargo, and just amazing, what they did to come and do something like that. Thursday, they always do what's called like an American serviceman meal. So all of our staff, not just dietary, we help to serve everyone, and we do like a big T-bone steak and all of the fixings and everything with. So then we literally bring it out, kind of like at a restaurant type thing, come out and serve all of them. So that was really cool. Now today, we had 5th and 6th graders from the Lisbon Public School came and did a patriotic concert. And so again, our vets, our residents there just love the visitors, whether they're, kids or, adults or whomever, but they really like it when the kids come in and do a presentation. So it's been a full week there. Like I said, I've kind of been out and around. So one of the other things that's going to be happening, the North Dakota Department of Health and Human Services, we do get surveyed, yearly. You had talked about Joint Commission survey, and that's every 3 years. So the state comes and surveys us once a year, and then the VA does once a year as well too. So when they come and do the survey, the state anyway, they just come and survey our skilled nursing, and they hadn't surveyed our basic care, I think since 2019 was the last time. The VA surveys our basic every year anyway, so we're always ready for that. But now the state will be coming more, I think they've hired on 2 or 3 teams. We'll start coming out and surveying basic care facilities. So obviously we would fall under that. So myself and our DON and our basic care nurse manager spent the last 2 days prior to today in Bismarck at a educational event, just to kind of go over the things that they'll be looking for, which, I mean, it's nothing earth shattering, but it's just nice that they do provide that education. So we've been doing that, kind of going back and forth to make sure that we're up and ready. But and just a shout out, like you said, there'd be a gold seal Joint Commission that is top notch. So huge shout out to the VA. That is something you can wear proudly on your suit vest or whatever, but that is fantastic. So really the only other things that I have to go over was we did do at the last legislative session, we got about $75,000 for us to update our advertising. and kind of marketing for our facility. So, about 3 weeks ago, we had a group out of Bismarck called Cat and Company, who came and, they produced, or in the process of producing, they got all the footage, so we're gonna have, update all of our commercials. So I know right now, and it's mostly through this North Dakota Cares, they air our commercials at different times of the day. I always see them like super early in the morning. But we have 4 new ones that they're doing. And they will be on, one of them will just highlight our skilled care. One of them will just highlight our basic care services. One of the commercials will be, to try to attract people to come and work at the North Dakota Veterans Home. And then the 4th commercial will just kind of be a highlight overview of everything that we do. So, those are all 30-second commercials. Again, that was all something that we had gotten through the last legislative session. So they'll be updating that and going through and getting all that ready. So, I know that we'll talk about it tomorrow. It's on our agenda for tomorrow. Just, I know we will be having our board meeting, our governing board meeting is December 18th. So, and I know that we appointed Chris Drury to take one of the spots. So I know that's on the agenda for tomorrow just to talk about, so I don't want to take away talking points from tomorrow, but he will be on at our next meeting as well. So I know it's been a long afternoon already, so I was trying to go a little bit quick, but do you have any questions with what we got going on down in Lisbon or how things are going?
Have you visited with Kathy Keough at all about her interest in another term?
I have not heard back. I got that same email from you and I haven't heard back anything yet from Kathy. I would be surprised if she didn't. I would hope that she would want to. She's an awesome person to have on the board, but haven't heard. I basically got the same response back from you. And the other thing we did, Lonnie and I were working this week, just putting together literally a form for new board members, just so we could have something together for that. And I don't know if there was a form previous or whatever, but we needed something updated. And so Lonnie and I were working with that. And I think we found, we got something put together that so.
The garages are all done?
Garages are done. I couldn't remember if I reported on that last time or not, but garages were done as of September, I think 6th. We got everybody into them. So, just to talk more, I thought I could have swore I talked about that. I made a note on here. It's like, did we talk about garages last time? But we built 14 garages for our basic care residents to utilize, and then 8 storage units. So there are 14 garages together, 4 storage units on one side, 4 on the other. $40 a month for a garage, $20 a month for a storage unit. Obviously, they're all full. And our guys just absolutely love them. So we went through kind of like a sign up and saw how many people who wanted to sign up for them. We literally put names and numbers into the bingo machine, which was like, kind of ironic. So we do a lot of bingo there. So we didn't do anything on seniority or whatever. It's just whoever signed up for it. Once we got them all assigned out, myself and our director of maintenance went out and kind of did a little tutorial with each person just of getting into the garage. And, the storage units literally is just the key, but I've already told this story. So now, Jim, you're going to hear this story again. But one of our residents who got the garage, we went to his room and I brought him, the opener, looks like that, whatever. And we told him where he was at and he's all excited. And I gave him the opener and he said, well, what's that? I said, well, this will open the door. And, he knew that obviously he'd seen an opener before, but he said, I get an opener, it opens on its own. I said, yeah. And I'm not kidding you. He had tears in his eyes that he got an opener and he'd get to put his vehicle in the garage. So this resident has it's probably like a mid-90s Trans Am or whatever, kind of sporty car. And he's very, very proud of it. During the wintertime, he goes out every day and wipes the snow off and starts it and lets it run. And he was just so excited to be able to go put this vehicle in the garage. So I couldn't remember if I was trying to think at the last ACOVA if I talked about that, but yes, so we had built these garages for the residents and they're full and it's good and it's a fun thing to do. So, the last thing I put on here too, on September 13th, this was really, really cool. We do a, for the veterans, for they're all veterans, obviously, but for our residents, and their families, and then our employees and their family, once a year, we do a big picnic down there, and this year we had it on September 13th. In the Watford City American Legion came down and, on Friday, came down on Friday, the night before, and they have this humongous trailer that has smokers built right into it, and they prepare all the food. They came down, prepared all the food for us. I mean, we paid for the food, and they came, sent down a team of 3 or 4 guys. Got there approximately 6 o'clock Friday night. We're up at 11 that night, smoked all the food. We served the next day over 600 people. So we, between brisket, we had, hot dogs and burgers and that type of stuff for the kids as well too, but that they came down and did that, and their setup is their trailer and their truck, we had it parked up in the front, and all of our guys just were like going out, and they just had such a good time with that, so, I really can't thank them enough, for coming down and doing that. The other thing that we just had completed as well was, outside of our skilled unit, we have a patio area that over the last couple of years, the cement has really been broken up. And, the past VFW commander by the name of Bill Tuft, who some of you maybe know him or heard his name before. His commander project from some years ago, was to, there used to be a bigger project pre-COVID that they were gonna do at the next home. It got too expensive, but it was gonna be a big kind of like flower garden area, but that was his commander's project to have done. We got that, outside portion completed. By luck, we had a contractor who was coming through, had looked at us, given us an estimate, got the money through, it's weird because the money went through our foundation, but it was from this, from this past commander, Bill Tuft's project list to do. So we got that done. I think it was just the week before or the week after. I think it was the week before the picnic that we had as well too. So just the summer was great as things lined up and we got things put together. So, and the nice part about that was it was money that was donated, so we didn't have to go through the whole state, budgeting out, and it wasn't, it was less than 50,000 anyway, so it wasn't a huge thing, but for how quickly we got that, and then we had residents who were utilizing it right away, because they could go out and do PT, OT things out there, and just a wonderful thing. So I know it's always fun to come up and talk about the great things that are happening, so those are certainly great things. Again, we're still short on staff, utilize staffing agency, but really we're sitting really good right now with everything that's going on down there. So, any other questions? Okay, well, that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Dave. Sorry, I kind of missed it here because the hall was in my way, but we have Andrea stuck in here from CAPND. Oh, she did?
Yeah, sorry, I was late, but I wanted to come hang out with you guys.
That's fine.
Thank you for having me.
Wow.
All right. I don't have anything prepared, but so pressure's on. Probably good I moved out of the name, I was sitting in Trish's spot, so. Oh, okay, Trish, I was sitting in your spot in person that I have reserved for you. Well, good afternoon. I won't take a lot of your time. My name is Andrea Olson. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Action Partnership of North Dakota. Excited to be here with you all. We're going to be partnering with you folks on the new funding that Lonnie was able to procure through the legislative process. I know Rick was very active in that process as well. At Community Action Partnership of North Dakota, we're in all 53 counties, and we deploy a program called Supportive Services for Veteran Families, SSVF. And the work that we're gonna be doing with you folks, complements the SSVF program. Everything we're gonna be doing with the funding is to help ensure that veteran homelessness in North Dakota is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. We're setting up the program to really help folks with housing stability opportunities, rental supports, rental arrears, security deposits, things that we can't do within the SSVF program is where this funding will come into play. Lonnie and I have done a lot of visiting and planning. We're setting this up to track some data that doesn't really exist so far in the state. I think that's a fair statement, Lonnie, right? I assure you that the program is being built to only serve veterans who are in North Dakota, that are North Dakota residents. So we're gonna be doing a 5-year residency look back, learning, you know, what brought the veterans to North Dakota? Was it were they from here? Did their family bring them here? Are they here for the VA Medical Center? So we'll be collecting some of that information, as well as doing some pretty intentional follow-up with folks after they receive support. Where are they at 30 days? 60 days, 180, and 365 days after they've been working with us. So I'm trying to go quick because I know I crashed your party on a Friday afternoon. But happy to answer any questions. Really just want to thank you too for the opportunity. I think this is going to be an awesome project. I think it's going to be a really great fit with the SSVF program. I know that Chris isn't able to be here, but Chris Deary actually used to be a case manager in the SSVF program before he became Cass County Veteran Service Officer. So we've been working with Chris a lot too on all of this. Did I miss anything, Lonnie, that you want me to touch on?
No, that's just, we're gonna do a lot of data mining on this, so we can see what the problem is, why we're there. Did we fix it? And what do we need to actually sustain it?
Absolutely.
And I agree with it. Just throwing money at it doesn't fix it.
Absolutely.
I don't wanna see somebody like our impact. You
Yep.
can't come back. Let's
Exactly.
fix the problem and move on. So hopefully we'll get that. Well, you're raising your hand. I mean, it's okay.
I have a question when we get the question and answer session. So, in September, and when we discussed it, and then subcommittee voted on supporting, we had some discussion about the administrative costs. And, I'd like to ask Lonnie, Andrea, if one of the things that you'll track, I can't give it directly, so I'm asking if one of the things that you would track is like the administrative obligation that you put into this, because as an individual, I've advocated that we sort of support that fully at the, whatever that number was, I think it's 10%. Based on the kind of thing that happens in a nonprofit. And so I know that it's a group we voted not to support that level, but I would like to know what level of work they put into this, because that will be a measure that if we are being responsible, we would pay for in the future, especially if the programs work the way we're hoping they will. So I would like to be sure that that's being measured. So, although I can't direct it.
Yeah, no, thank you, Nathan, very much for your question. We, Cap and Deep, my organization has agreed to, you folks approved a 5% admin. And we were really trying to expedite this because this was new for Lonnie's department, had to go through procurement, had to go through OMB, lots of bureaucracy. And if we were to ask you folks for that 5% admin, it was gonna take what they estimated to be an additional 60 days. So I was like, we'll not worry about the admin this time around.
Okay.
But I do want to be very candid that, like the data mining that we're gonna do, when you're sitting down with somebody and doing a 5-year residency look back, if this is somebody who's been experiencing homelessness it could take some time, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Follow up, that takes a lot of time. So we are going to absolutely have administrative costs. So we wouldn't be able to waive any type of administrative fee moving forward. But for this first section, this first part of the pilot, I guess for lack of a better term, we're willing to do so. But moving forward, we just won't be able, it's really labor intensive. It's peopling, you know, it's extracting a lot of information. It's getting it entered into a system. It's being able to pull those reports. So we're gonna do everything we can, but I do appreciate the gesture. So thank you very much.
These are items they don't already do, so it's not like, okay, we got more money, just fill in the gaps.
Exactly.
Because we're asking a lot more feedback, so we have answers.
Yeah.
So next time, we have time until June 30th, this one will end. And so we're gonna work with procurement to get this posted. Of course, you'll probably have to compete, and then have an admin in that, because that process it.
Yeah.
Hopefully that will work out well for you.
Well, we appreciate you taking it on.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, we served 395 veteran families in the past 12 months. So I think the money is gonna go quick. That's our prediction, that we're gonna spend it pretty quickly. We've allocated 125,000, and if we spend that before June 30, we might be able to access some more. But folks, rental arrears is often a barrier for people to secure housing. Rental arrears security deposits, it is expensive to be a renter in the state of North Dakota, everywhere, right, to be a renter. And we know there's a lack of affordable housing statewide. And so it's expensive. Right now in the SSVF program, we spend about $2,500 per veteran. We also have homeless supportive services for non-veterans, and we're in that same ballpark. So I imagine that'll be the overall average per veteran that's being spent. But I'm speculating, please, like, don't put that in writing, and Trish said it, I was sitting in her spot, no. But yeah, so those are just kind of my very true and honest, candid thoughts to share with all of you. But we're super excited for the opportunity. We're doing our staff training next Wednesday. Lonnie and I signed the contracts yesterday, so we're gonna be ready to deploy the funds by end of next week. And we'll keep in touch, invite me back if you want to, and would love to give you all updates and keep you posted on how things are going.
And they're also gonna participate with the VA, the by name list, the HUD Bash program. So what's the barrier to getting into those?
Yes,
And do we jump right to that, or can we fix the problem
absolutely.
quicker so we don't take a HUD Bash voucher from somebody who presents it? And not to show up on your desk again, saying veterans.
Yeah,
Let's
absolutely.
fix the problem.
Sarah Wiederholt from the HUD Bash program, they've been a huge partner for SSVF, and her and I, we were just talking a few weeks back about how many folks are in HUD Bash, how many are in SSVF, how many overlap, how many are the same. So we're working on extracting a lot of that, and we participate in the binding call, and yeah, she does a very great job, so. And I'll
Track
everything, yes, I do.
You can't think of a data point that I don't get.
Yes. I could talk to the higher ups at the CEO and, oh, yeah, we'll share I can give them my data. They're happy.
Right.
They get all that, they keep it, but they don't share your.
Right.
So yeah, we'll break down those.
So that's actually talking about administrative costs. I want to stay slightly on the humorous side. I mean, that's one of the things, right? Like, I heard the person I was there to see clicking 7,500 times before I even got to talk to him face to face, right?
Yeah.
So there's,
Well, and in this realm, I mean, we track this process from the voucher, the number of vouchers, our expenditure by percentage, our engagement with public health authority. And we even track, and we have a national metric on what is that time from voucher, public, or placement. So we have a national marker that our staff are working 40 days from the existence, from the voucher identification through public health authority to placement, and everything is 40 days. And I will tell you, we're less than half Right now, I think we're at 17 days, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota just got functional zero, and I think functional zero is going away.
Right.
So, hey, congratulations. I wanted to get there, really close.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Absolutely. But truly, thank you so much for the opportunity. I think this is just gonna be awesome and it's gonna be incredibly meaningful for a lot of veteran families. Absolutely. So, but I don't want you to think you can't ask me any more questions. I'm just trying not to take all of your time. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
425, so. Look for breakouts. Park the veterans and chairs. Nathan, where do you wanna go? Where can we go?
Please stay here, because you've got policies to go over, and we can pop up here.
I want to stay in here.
I second.
And Cynthia seconded. Any other discussion? I will favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Time and place of next meeting.
Has it been said or are we open to discussion?
Open for discussion.
Is it right that the normal pattern would be in February?
Yeah.
Middle of the quarter. Middle week of February is what we put in. Like, so, something to do with open records and open meetings, if we have it preset, then it's better. Like,
Okay, so I've got free scheduled travel for the week of the 16th or the 20th, so I request that we do it in the second week if we can.
I would request that we do it in the first week of February, because I leave the second week for themes. But I can, if I'm there, I can go online, I'm saying.
Yeah, the second is February 14th, which is Valentine's Day, but there's still away from that.
it is on that Saturday, so we're looking for a Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, you said you got a meeting on Thursdays too, right? Every Thursday, you do something just.
We live in Soldier's home meeting and the day before, think of
13th, yeah.
Valentine's Day.
That's right. I know there's a conference on the 13th, so.
Based on Cynthia's, we could do it like midweek, Wednesday, Thursday.
So for those of us that work full-time, if you're trying to get younger people on this board, I mean, Friday, Saturdays are good too, because younger people have to take vacation time, and it really is tough. I mean, unless you want to spend video a lot. I think that if Friday, Saturdays didn't hurt people, that helps those of us that have to take vacation time and work. But those that don't need to take vacation time or are retired, it probably doesn't affect you, but going midweek is really gonna hurt those of us that are still working full time.
What about the 6th and 7th then, or?
Friday, the 6th and 7th.
Or the 5th and 6th? What, did you want to do Thursday? Friday, Saturday?
I don't.
I mean, Friday, Saturdays are always gonna be better if we move to a schedule like that for anybody that works. But
I can still make Thursday.
but not for the office, because they don't work Saturdays, but I guess
They just take weekly off.
they could get a flex day, but.
3 days.
I can do Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday, doesn't matter for me.
I got
But when I'm traveling to Bismarck, it takes 2 full days off because I have to come from the
Yeah,
other
do it
side.
before a government shut down, we should have it in mind.
Mine has to, I mean, I'm from work, so I'm,
Oh, yeah.
it's always going to.
Should we should we have the meeting in February in Grand Forks on the 6th and 7th? Well, Trish just complained about driving to business.
Airport, nobody can drive.
Will the airbase take us in the?
We can.
Well,
We can check in place.
Go to different places.
Yeah. I could try the other place.
and see if it's open to us. If you like.
We can.
If not,
One place we've never visited before, for example.
I would just like to ask the alternative.
Probably like to- If we can't, to go somewhere. I mean, I'll make it work or I'll come in by video. I mean, I'm not opposed. I've been by video for.
So if it's in your town, you want it still on a Friday, Saturday?
Friday, Saturday.
I mean, I could make it work because it's only 2 half days if I'm not commuting.
But you're looking at the 6th and 7th right now.
February's wide open for me right now. I don't have anything on my calendar, so.
Okay, so people who haven't discussed, February 6th and 7th is okay? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion for February 6th and 7th in Grand Forks. For the first quarter of the meeting.
That's February 6th, 7th in Grand Forks. There's a second.
So move.
Rick made a second. Any other discussion? There say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Time for the coldest place in the state for February.
It's all energy.
Mine is cold.
Yes, it is.
The Super Bowl is the Sunday after our meeting, by the way.
It's not February. Is it February what? No, not, okay. It's not February
February 8th is the Super Bowl.
8th. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Is that gonna be a problem?
Is that gonna be a problem?
No.
That should be fine.
Let's double check my friends.
Anybody going to the Super Bowl?
And,
It's ice fishing.
we don't want the request is to try to get that there, days.
Yep, that was,
What's that?
that was.
Okay, so you wanna have the meeting and,
Well, you could do it on the 5th and 6th then, so people can get back.
and you wanna stay at the airbase all if possible.
Yep, the shuttle motel there, I think, could get to it.
So if the airbase is, if open and if Super Bowl's on that Sunday, why don't you just do it the Thursday, Friday then, so people could get back home instead of Friday, Saturday?
I'm not so excited.
Thursday. Yeah, we can do Thursday, Friday, Thursday.
I just check the base and find out what they have open and for Thursday, Friday or Saturday.
Yep, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We will believe
And
it.
leave the flexibility there, will that work?
Let's just have a 3-day meeting.
There we go.
Bear based report our drinking habits.
I was camp practice.
All right, do you have an idea what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Grand Forks, Friday or Forks, based on the place of the town. Thursday, Friday, the preference would probably be Friday,
You
Saturday.
need to let Tom Ryan in.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So let's say a former coworker or your kid's parent.
In the east.
Okay, replacements for Dave Peterson and Chris Wheat. Chris, here, you want to replacement center? You guys still gotta find one then.
Still looking at one, sir.
For like, so Chris, definitely, yeah.
So I did talk with Trent Barkus and he'd be willing to, if Trent Barkus,
Oh, yeah.
he's in Fargo. He
Yeah.
said he'd be open to it. He's a lawyer in Fargo. Yeah, you said you were looking for a lawyer.
No, I know, man. We have this application. What is that, your desires to have an
Yeah.
application done?
That way you have some information put it
So
down.
if you want to send it to him.
Yep.
He's on Andy Courts. I can send you his info.
Okay.
I do have.
You have it?
For him.
Yeah,
If you want, you have to deep contribute.
yeah, it's just on Andy Courts. Full phone and email. Andy Courts.com.
And we'll have to get Kathy Keel's feelings for 26 if she wants to stay on and more. We cover next year too.
I can reach out to Kathy again. I just assumed she would have heard something, but.
Did we have a vote on the meeting then?
Yep.
Guys, it's too fast. Unfortunately.
Yeah, Nathan made the first, Rick seconded, and all in favor by saying aye.
Yes,
Okay.
that's fine.
And Dan, that was for the Friday and Saturday, the 6th and 7th, although then after the vote was cast, it was also said you could look at Thursday. So as you're scheduling things, not doing a 3-day meeting, but that's the 3-day window for the 2-day meeting.
We don't know what the base is gonna look like and stuff like that, so we got.
Yeah, we'll have to double check, like, you on there, of course, we'll have to now see.
Yeah. Saturday
I've
might,
never been on that base yet.
Friday might be
Mine has lost time, never grabbed close.
And, we've been out really. What's required?
What's required? Military.
Does everybody have a military ID still, or,
On the VA card.
I might be
VA
able to.
ID.
State ID.
yeah, not everybody has it. Well, oh, we'll check with them, see what
We
we.
might have to just go to, what do you call it, visitor center and get it passed.
Yeah.
You might have to, because they can go.
If you give them a roster too, they'll have a roster with your ID, you'll be able to get in.
Yes.
Don't bring your hunting gun.
Yeah, leave your.
I just don't know if just veteran status is allowed in the Air Force flying, so we'll have to double check that, just to make sure.
We will learn a lot.
Okay, moving on, subcommittee reports. BBBA. Dan, are you set?
I'm up and ready to.
Okay,
You want me to start, but then you want to jump in, or you just want to just jump in and go into it?
Yeah, I guess you should, go ahead and then turn it over to me, because we do have 2 items that are being recommended to the full committee.
14 November 2025, call to order, Nathan Huntington, 1635. Roll call, 4 out of the 5 members present, 1 Al is missing. Approved agenda, all approved, no discussion, last minutes. Approved as read. Review post-war trust fund, 410 post-war trust fund usage. Funds are 1.2 million roughly. Actual availability, 1 million. Policy additional changes. Loans fund 368, reviewed. Loan books and reports reviewed and looks good. Housing grants reviewed and voted on. 901, 900, 901, 902, 903. Updated, 904, 905, 906, 910, 911, 912, 13, 14, and 940. Explanation discussion with Dan. Subcommittee has reviewed the policies with some changes made. Recommended by Rick, second by Cynthia. All approved by subcommittee, just waiting for committee vote. Now it's up to Nathan.
Well, did you, real quick, Joe, did you touch on what you just said, the end item for the Paper House CD?
I don't have that far. You want me to read everything, go back to everything?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. Review of North Dakota DBA budget, 2025-27 legislative budget reviewed. Fisher House CD, $53,183.73, interest earned. $4,995.70 in donations. There's 3 options for us to use that they have proposed. Purchase a 50,000 CD or 58,179.43 CD, or amount of interest earned to date of CD purchase. Motion by Rick for option number 3 to take the amount of interest earned to the day that they purchase CD and invest it all at one time. Second by Cynthia for use the best frame for proof for all ACOVA Meeting. View current and past taken off by NDIT department. Build the business. We adjourned at 6:02. First by Rick, second by Cynthia. As their meeting.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Great job. Okay, so with what Joe just summarized, then we've got 2 motions that cleared our committee for which we are seeking the full committee's approval. So just really quickly at the beginning, our committee is recommending approval of policy 900, 901, 902, 903, 904, 905, 906, 910, 911, 912, 913, 15, 940. This one, Joe, I think you said, I think you listed a 914. I just didn't write that down.
No, there's no 914.
14.
It's just in my head, the DC numbers.
In our recommendation is that the full committee accept these with the changes that we've made. However, I want to take the time to go through it with you. So I expect that there will probably be some discussion, but I do want to go as, quickly as the committee will allow, so to speak. Okay, so Dan is going to help me out here. What, Dan did in, as a professional course between the two meetings was took policy 200, and we now have a new policy that deals with the housing grants that the legislature allocated in the previous session. In that time, Lonnie also worked with Andrea and team in order to set up starting to use those grants based on what at that point was draft Series 900. So these things were happening iteratively. So what should happen here today is that we approve these policies as written. Now, policy 903. Grants have a committee recommends $7,500 cap per calendar year per applicant. Grants considered issued during the calendar year, which a grant is approved. The applicant has shown program misuse, the commissioner may place stipulations, et cetera. Grants will not be issued to reimburse costs. Our recommendation is for $7,500 amount rather than $5,000 amount, and that comes as a recommendation from the VSOs in the state. We reviewed the document for Dan, that the $7,500 ceiling on the grant is more functional than a $5,000. Yes, ma'am.
So this homeless veteran services grant, what is that used for? Is that's going in the partnership agreement,
Yes.
the MOU?
Yes.
That is specifically what would go per person based on their policies. So we don't have any other policies within this policy.
No, they're actually, their guidelines are to use our policy.
Okay,
So Lonnie set up a contract based on these drafted, which are being approved today, guidelines. This is it,
right, but what's that used for?
what you just asked.
No,
That's the homes.
yes. But that doesn't mean that I'm homeless, I want $7,500.
No. That's.
So
the cap.
where's the guts?
It's coming.
It's coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Doesn't help me if I just see this.
No,
Let me reiterate, 900, 901, 902.
Okay, so I need to see that.
905,
Yeah.
906, 910, 912, 13, 15.
So that's what it's being used for. Okay.
Yeah.
This is just the starter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay? All right,
Okay.
so our committee is recommending that. So unless you all right here, right now say that that amount is bad, then we're gonna move on.
Won't know until we see the rest. How about that?
Oh, interesting.
Well, we need to know what it's being spent on to know if that's enough, if that helps.
Sure. Okay, so then policy 910, the applicant must be must either be a veteran as defined in the Century Code, a spouse of an eligible veteran, or an unremarried widower of an eligible veteran. As used in this chapter, veteran means an individual who served in the armed forces of the United States on federal active duty for reasons other than training, has been discharged under other than honorable conditions. The United States Veterans Administration has assigned service connected disability rating. Applicant must be a resident of North Dakota for 30 days prior to the date of application for this grant. Applicants must provide proof of that residency, and time spent incarcerated doesn't count toward that residency. Quick discussion, the spouse of a veteran or unmarried widower is a category that ECAT. What's the name of Andrea's group?
Kevin, partnership.
That they don't otherwise service, and so we felt like what the legislature was after, that the spouse would be a category that's worth us supporting with this money. So veteran, spouse, widow. Yes.
So I've dealt with a lot of homeless in court. I think it's hard to prove residency period for homeless people, nonetheless, a year versus 30 days. How does a homeless vet prove residency for 30 days even, when most of them are couch surfing or living on the street?
Generally, what we've received in those cases, VA social worker will draft a letter saying, yeah, they've been, seen by us for the last 30 days or whatever. So there are avenues to show we're not stringent.
They checked into somebody, some medical treatment or,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
they've been ticketed for some infraction within the state. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know how that would be, and I understand why 30 days would be reasonable in those cases, because we want to get them treatment soon, so that they're off the street once they've touched our borders. So that makes a lot of sense. I just was curious how they were doing it, and I was hoping they were doing it very liberally.
Does that include, like public safety services by law enforcement? They do like a community check on, see, make sure they're okay. Does that count if they get it?
If they have an affidavit from that.
Yeah, as long as, they can say, yep, Joe Smith is
They were,
resided in North Dakota for the last 30 days.
so cop comes to a homeless guy walking down the street, checks on him,
Mhm.
then leaves him, then, I mean, he has documented proof that he's been in the state for 30 days. If he gets, let's say, another 30 day, 40 days later,
Might be difficult for him. I mean, I would like to say that they're checking in with community referrals and the VA, but and we can even ask the VSO that's submitting the application, or even CAPND. If they say, yeah, we can confirm he's been in the state for 30 days, that's all we need. We're not.
Or they signed into the mission or something.
Yeah, we're not, hey, you don't have a bank statement 30 days old, we're not gonna be that stringent, but, we do have to have something to check the box. But
It's up to you. That's on the worser end. On the other end, one of the hopes with this program, or one of the goals of the program, is to prevent homelessness. So on the other end, we've got people who have budgetary and financial problems, and we don't want them to get kicked out on the street. So, I mean, it's a good question. We've got that bad end where somebody's already in dire straits and a veteran, and the state's concerned. Or on the other end, they're in housing, but we don't want them to get onto the street, right? So there's the range that this program is on. And part of that's, an element of that is why $7,500 seems like a better amount. $5,000 just doesn't go very far in our economy. Okay, let's go on to the next one. And I think after this is done, Trish is probably gonna still have some content questions. We should email her the whole packet so that she can look at all of them. Sure. Because I just realized as we're going through it, I am only showing you the ones that we've modified, so I don't wanna, I don't want to withhold from either. Okay.
we can give them on the folder.
You have them.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Thanks for thinking of that, Joe. Yep. And the ones that are there are the, as drafted prior to the meeting. Okay, what am I showing here, Dan? Oh, yeah. So here's like two exceptions. Members of ACOVA, eligible Veterans Affairs staff and the commissioner, including all of the spouses and dependents, may apply for the grant if they meet the other requirements in this program. Completed applications from the commissioner or any EVA staff shall go to the Department of Veterans Affairs Subcommittee for recommendation to full ACOVA. So they would come to my subcommittee, but then we would make a recommendation. So if there was one of these people, it would get voted on by the full committee. next. So our group of 4 or 5 people would not be approving just as small people. Policy number 912, applicant may not have over $10,000 in cash assets. And those cash assets are the checking, savings, CD, other bank accounts. Applicants may have up to $8,500 per each spouse in irrevocable burial fund. So we thought particularly on the high end of people preventing homelessness, that the $10,000 would be an appropriate ceiling. On the low end, in the dire straits, people are clearly gonna have less, and so we just wanted to give a little bit higher cap for people to be considered eligible into this grant program. Okay,
So is there a reason that they would have that much in cash? I mean, that seems like a lot of cash assets for a homeless person. I wouldn't consider them necessarily homeless.
Homeless, at risk of homeless.
At risk of homelessness.
So, okay.
Sorry.
yeah, so it's,
So at risk of homeless changes things for me a little bit with that 30 days. Because if we're lowering it to 30 days and we're calling it at risk of homeless, would there be a potential for people coming to North Dakota? Influx of people coming to North Dakota to take advantage of the at-risk homelessness policy with a 30-day window with caps like this? There's my question. I didn't have an issue with it when it was truly homelessness. I didn't see an influx of people coming to North Dakota to live on the streets. I can see it as coming to get a fresh start, and I'm not opposed to it. I'm not saying in any way that that's a bad thing, because we need labor force, we need people here. But that does change things for me in thinking.
let's talk about it. So
And and veterans in our state is a good thing, so I'm not saying it's not a good thing. I think about it.
So I don't think it does, because I illustrated, my wife and I live pretty well, we've got but in a month, if we've got a major car repair and we've got a tuition bill for a kid, we've got all these things, we've got a lot of assets, but most of them are tied up. The house is not a cash asset, but we've got IRA, we've got money that a judge can tell us, okay, you're gonna get all of that out and you're gonna take care of it. But we got a lot of assets. But if we've got a high expense month, we might be like, whoa, we're gonna have to prioritize which thing we're gonna pay right now. So we wanted there to be on the category of people at risk of being homeless, to not just be told, nope, you're worth too much money. You can't. And so we wanted there to be some capacity on that, yes, higher end of the veteran at risk of homelessness, while we're preventing homelessness and also dealing with people who may actually be homeless. So that's, and now I was using us as an illustration. I'm nowhere gonna actually literally approach that, but again, in our economy, it doesn't take much to be, hey, the bank accounts are empty this month. And we're okay, kids are going to school, they've got shoes on their feet, but I'm not sure what's happening next.
And that doesn't matter the family size, that could be a single person, correct?
Correct. So we just didn't want to prohibit people from accessing this unnecessarily.
And I'm not sure only people with that kind of money is gonna apply.
Right.
Hopefully, but to your point, attracting people to North Dakota for our programs. You might have missed it, but cap ND, and I just thought of it now, we should require too. I'm required them in the contract to look back 5 years on their residency. So where were you housed? Where were you housed? Like, okay, you're in Fargo now. Did you come from Harvey, North Dakota? Did you come from Michigan? You know, where were you in the last 5 years? That way we can see, are people coming here
So we can track that and see,
I think
and then
we should.
we could modify our policies.
And then why are you having a housing issue? Well, I came here for this job at McDonald's. And I'm underemployed, so we can track that, so we know what best to do in the future, so.
And it might be a tie-in, and it might be a good thing, I don't know. I'm saying it's a bad thing, and you're saying it's something to be considered.
Okay,
So.
bear with me on a moment. I want to stay on that topic that you just brought up. But everybody on the committee realized that we're right here in the review of the policy. So we didn't write a policy that talks about tracking things that are separate from the requirements. So if Trish is curious, if you've written it into cap ND, that's a separate thing unless you want us to write a policy that says these are the things that will be tracked in addition that are actually separate from the requirements. But we did not do that at this time.
I think if it's in the contract, we should hold it up. I plan to, but in my experience, without having something, well, why do you need it? Is there a policy? I think it would be really nice to back us up.
Okay, so then for the full committee's awareness, we did not deal with the tracking requirements that are separate from these requirements. So I'm just gonna say, we're gonna table that. And then at the end of this, I'm gonna say at the next quarterly meeting in February, we just said, let's evaluate that. Those are the data collection items, okay? All right. That makes sense? Didn't lose anybody, right? Okay, Dan, let's go on to the next. Joe, would you just grab a note of that? That's not minutes out of our committee, but I just don't want to forget that we're going to have a due out or an action item in the next meeting to deal with the track. Okay, so policy 613. I'm sorry. Oh, good catch. Look at that, we didn't catch that yesterday.
What was that? Is it a typo?
It is. That policy number was, that's 613.
Oh, we missed it.
Original 913 had the lower numbers and you switched them.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, well, the original policy had that lower numbers, you guys switched to the higher.
Oh, yeah.
That's why that's,
Thank you.
that's why
Thank you, Chairman, for, look at that. That's mine like a steel trap.
Sure.
Okay, so thank you. And we didn't have them highlighted in color here, so that is my discussion point. So household income limit includes the applicant and other adult occupants contributing to the living expense will be based on established indexes be adjusted annually at the first Dakota meeting of the calendar year. Income must be at or below 60% of North Dakota's median income and within these limits based on annual, is that like
Eating assistance.
yeah, eating assistance. So what we did was, we matched these values to the state heating program. And what were the lower values that we?
The lower values were based on, so for like the post-war trust fund grant, that's based on lower values, which is VA pension rates.
Yeah. Thank you, VA pension rates. So what we did here in discussion in our subcommittee was we decided that this value should match sort of an adjacent North Dakota policy rather than a national VA disability pension. So these values are based on something, but that therefore it was not a pure, that's why Dan just changed that from 613. We brought those values from that program here.
We also need to change that effective date up there. We got 2/14.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. You guys, everybody, appreciate you doing that. 15 minutes.
Never mind that, it's just tracking. 15, 20, 25.
All right, so that was, that's 913.
Okay, this.
All expenses on policy 913. Right. That whole number should be.
915 is the, allowable medical expenses.
Oh, okay, so that one's coming up, right?
Yep.
913, 15, okay, everybody good? Go to 915. Maybe we didn't have any changes in it.
Yeah, I don't think there was no change there.
Okay, and 940, same?
940, yeah.
Okay. So then having reviewed excerpts from that total range, 900 to 940. Oh, here's the 940. Funding limit, $7,500. Maximum interval of grant is every 3 years. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
940 is a new one. Go back. So this is new, completely new? 940?
No,
Is there what?
940,
It wasn't at 440, right? So,
no, it comes from, 640, which is the impact grant program.
okay, that's the impact grant. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me look at this.
Yeah, so we've used those other programs as it's the template for the draft language for what's become the brand new 900 series policy.
So the 900 series still has dental, hearing, optical, medical.
No,
No,
no, 900 series is strictly the, housing assistance program.
it's only housing, no medical.
That's,
There isn't anything that reflects that mirrors the 400 policy.
just some of the.
Just some of the first, just some of the, the eligibility pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, but not, so this is really the only piece that what they get the money for.
This, yeah, this lays out the guidelines for approval, so when you're looking at.
So let's review that for Trish.
In general.
Dan, let's go down to the eligibility
Okay, with
guidelines.
that, supporting documents, ineligible expenses may not be used for child support obligation. Immediate and predictable. Every living in. Alright, alright, keep going.
That's it.
That's it?
This is only fees for house payments only. Rent.
Yep, the 900 series policy are strictly for the homeless assistance program.
Okay.
So
House payment or rent, that's it.
they're not for anything else, it's that.
Okay,
We know.
that's where I was wondering, okay.
Okay, so house payment or rent, you're saying?
No, I'm
And utilities, right?
Utilities, lodging.
So the big issue that we run in Lane's, okay, just so you know, we can't pay mortgages at this point.
Okay.
Because we can't get a W-9 capital, pay a mortgage. For something we are federal law. However, if you're, as you, the example that Nathan had given, if you're in that situation where I can't make my rent, or whatever, what we can do is help you with your other bills. Say, okay, I get it, you've got these problems, we can pay all these utility bills, you take your income, you pay your rent, we'll pick these up.
I got you.
Because the bank won't give us the W-9, our state, Dan's working on it, the state, OMB says you need the W-9. It's kind of complicated and can't, so.
So you pay their other bills so they can take that funds there to pay their rent or mortgage if they have to.
Right, so we'll get somebody requesting help and we'll say, can't do it, but we can pay rent.
Okay.
Sorry,
What about home repairs? Is this the one that falls under home repairs as well?
if you would like to, what we looked at with the contract is barriers to maintaining housing or gaining housing. Okay, so we have given other grants in the past for somebody who has, my house's roof is leaking, or my furnace went out and it's right there, I have no money. There's FND, Southeast Human Services, all these other programs, and if they're not available, work with them. Yes, we've done that with our impact grants.
Okay.
So this is up to you guys. If you say, yeah, you know what? That's a housing issue. All right, you gonna pay your rent and mortgage, or are you gonna pay for this furnace? You know, like you said, all of a sudden, you've got this big repair cost and everything's come tumbling down. Heat assistance and all that does cover it, but we're just filling in gaps. So maybe if you want to spell it out.
Well, so my thought is that what we've spelled out with our interaction with you staff, the professionals, is good. And we know that the scale of this is probably less than the state could actually need. So we are in a phase of having established this and gathering data and learning. So as a committee member and standing before you as a chair of the subcommittee, I would say, I don't want to start tweaking already at the beginning, having just tried to, do good thought into what the policies are. I don't want to start tweaking on the what ifs at this point. I prefer to review it later. And I think we did set our review period of 1 year, right? When we initiated this last.
I think it's already there with the discretion of the commissioner. I think there is some of that what if in there already. I think the covered procedures are already at the discretion of the
Yeah,
commissioner.
there's already discretion of the commissioner.
So if you feel that covering something is within the intent, which I think the intent is to make sure that that person can have a roof over their head. We do believe that is the intent, do we not? Like, and that we don't abuse it, but and there has to be some discretion in.
I'm thinking auditors,
Yeah, and it's gotta be on the record, because we don't have it spelled out in any way.
We had a bunch of amendments, but this is something that I required in the contract. Where in the on the bottom line, create a housing instability, undue hardship. Could we add a barrier to housing?
Are likely to create housing instability, undue hardship, or barrier?
Yeah, because there's a lot of things that are
Dan, put your cursor there.
What's that?
Dan, I'm asking Dan to put his cursor there, and then this is at the committee for discussion, and so Trish and Lonnie, real quick, work through that wording, and then the rest of us are all observing, and then we'll vote to approve here in a few minutes.
Instability barriers, or
Could
you put barriers under?
A barrier or instability, or, I'm sorry, create instability or barrier to housing.
I would just say instability, barriers,
Instability, comma,
housing instability,
instability, comma,
barriers, or.
barriers to housing.
No, it's already housing is before that. Don't say, take two
Okay.
housing out.
Okay.
Housing instability, barriers,
Or,
comma, or undue hardship.
Yeah, okay. I just appreciate it because it's in there. I just realized it's in our contract, so.
We need to move this forward. And approximately the undue hardship before order, just in the contract. Or was there something?
Depends on if it's the whichever way.
On the contract. It says barrier. So.
okay, don't read my note.
I don't know why that didn't come up in the subcommittee.
The rebate thing?
Exactly.
Go back.
No, I think 30 days is fine for this. 30 days. I was worried that having the other, when you were talking, it was mirroring 400, it had the medical in it too. But it's strictly housing, so that makes complete sense.
Okay, are there any other questions or items of discussion? Any for the rest of the Veterans Affairs Committee? Okay, then, I'm not moderating the meeting, Chairman, but we're at the point of the committee has presented policy 900 for review. And if the committee is willing to accept, then we would have to be at the point of a motion for approval of the committee as presented by the subcommittee.
Okay. What are all the numbers that are getting approved? Just so I can get it in minutes.
900, 901, 902.
On your agenda.
903.
Get back in my notes.
6.
It's right on your agenda. It's spelled out.
913.
You ready?
They got it.
You got it?
I just want to get the numbers for minutes.
Thank
All
you.
right, so just because you keep asking about it doesn't cover dental, this is the 900 policy and addresses the purpose.
Thank you. Safe, stable for just, perfect, thank you.
Jason, you're making a motion to,
Would you like me to make the motion?
That's the 900 series.
So as the, Veterans Affairs Committee Chairman, I motion to the full committee accept as presented this morning, policy 900, 901, 902, 903, 904, 905, 906, 910, 911, 912, 913, 915, and 940.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Nathan, second by Trish. And discussion.
With me and let me prep this and help me out, and I'm just trying to get better at it, so I can. And when I travel.
There's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Bye.
Even your side, I'm hoping that that is actually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, and could you also, I don't know if we need to do it, no, we're not gonna show the amounts. So the second motion from my committee before the full committee is that we recommend putting interest in the Fisher House CD account into a new CD. The amount to be put into the CD is $58,179.43 or more on the date of purchase of the CD, the remaining balance in the interest-bearing account. That's the end of the motion. Okay, real quick discussion. There is a $500,000 CD already
You have a
in
second on your
place
motion?
that's been,
Oh, you did.
that's been receiving interest. So the interest is now sitting in the account, and we'd like to put that interest, which is $58,179.43 or more by next week. Put that into a new CD so that the big CD and the new CD are both accruing interest for that time when the Fisher House donation is requested or required. So the motion is pretty straightforward. Put the interest that is not accruing interest into a new CD, authorizing the commissioner that asked the treasurer to put that money into a new CD.
Just in the interest into one CD, not
Yes.
waiting for the other CD to come up to add it to that CD.
And not only a $50,000 chunk or.
They can't do an automatic rollover in a CD like that?
It's in cash right now.
Yep.
So I need your permission to invest in those CD. And after that point, the treasurer puts, I'm sorry about the voice. He looks for, I send the email saying at the best rate and term available no later than 2028. So he'll look for it. It's usually not more than a year. And he'll say, I can go to Bank of Cooperstown and get this rate for 366 days. And then when 360 days comes up, he'll say 5 days till this comes up. What do you want to do? Cash it, right? Or redo it. That's what we do with all the CDs. And we look at our bank accounts for like both for a trust fund and how things invested. And we say cash it or reinvest. And he finds all the best rates.
And that's something we can do quarterly with the interest that's accumulated?
Yeah, so if you wanted to do a motion of all interest that's accumulated, I can talk to the commissioner, to that, I'm sorry, the treasurer. If that's amending this, I don't know. To take the interest earnings after a quarter and put it in a CD, that's something I haven't thought about, but something you guys do, but that wasn't the motion.
We had a motion, but did we even have a second on that?
No, we spoke with that.
I don't think we did.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
No, the other
the
one.
900 series.
No, that was over.
Trish, at that point, I only read them the motion.
Oh, I thought you put the motion on the record.
No, I was I told the full committee what the
Okay,
motion
I'm
was.
sorry. Yeah, okay, I was confused. So we don't have a motion on the floor yet. Okay, we're just discussing the motion.
You wanna make a motion?
Okay, are you all ready?
Maybe. So what, are we still looking at future interest or are we looking at just this motion?
All the interest can be put into CDs at the discretion.
Or are we just gonna, what comes up quarterly for interest? Can I ask that? What do we look at quarterly?
Everything comes up quarterly.
Like how much are we talking quarterly?
On this, we have 500,000 that goes in for about a year.
Okay, so we won't see interest again for another
More
year.
interest gets, every month we get a report on the interest.
You're looking at about 5,000 a quarter.
Quarter.
Probably.
Yep, $5,000 a quarter and 500.
That comes back in cash.
That's correct.
So do you want to basically the question is, do you want to revisit this every quarter at your meetings, or do you just want to go in ongoing, give them ongoing discretion to reinvest the interest?
Automatic.
Yeah, that's to do this one in particular for the amount that you've specified plus an ongoing.
So Lonnie, I do understand you can't do anything with money unless the committee tells you to. Can we give you authorization to each quarter reinvest the interest?
Yes. You know, like 50 or something down.
Okay, so let me tell you the, let me tell you
And all that one. Up to pay the person. So we're trying to get it out.
And anything coming in, read them.
okay, so let me tell you the motion that my committee brought to the full committee. So the Veterans Affairs Committee recommends putting the interest in the Fisher House CD account into a new CD. The current balance or more on the date of purchase. Which will be greater than 58,179.43. That's the motion. So for discussion then, I mean, we've been discussing, I think that anybody on the committee could make a new motion that would accomplish what we presented and the additional factors of Tom and Tricia's.
Just offer a friendly amendment to include
There's a motion,
authorization.
there's a motion on the floor to invest the Fish House interest. Is there a second to that motion? Rick seconded. Now it's time discussion. You want to amend this motion to,
Yes.
reinvest all further interest?
So
Is that the best way of saying it?
it would be a friendly amendment to authorize the commissioner to continue to invest the interest as it comes in.
From any. Not
From
just this.
the Fisher House.
I would
Well, I
say
think
we
for
should.
this one in particular, we're only dealing with Fisher House.
Then
So
I kill this one and start shifting.
well, we could do another one
Well, I do.
for the rest of the CDs, but this one is specifically to the Fisher House.
Well, we could cover this with just one and everything with just one instead of doing this one.
Then we'd have to vote this one down as fair.
Correct.
Okay, then I'll withdraw my friendly amendment.
Okay, so that's motion
Then we
second.
have to vote this one down.
You got a motion second to invest the Fisher House interest rate. All those in favor say aye.
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 All same sign. Motion carried. Now, Ryan, do you want to make a motion to invest all?
Can you just make a separate motion?
Yeah, but we should make a motion for the commissioner to be able to invest any interest from any CDs that he monthly. If he can reinvest interest on any CD.
Do it as fast as possible.
Yes, as a
Within best practices too.
Yeah.
Our programs are still supported.
Is it monthly or
Quarterly.
I get monthly reports. I usually try to have them, mature on a quarterly basis. so that each quarter we can open one up.
Yeah, I think that's what they give you the extra at the end. I think they'll give you the monthly, they just tell you how much you made. We don't have to-
Which is, to the 3,000 a
Yeah,
month.
but you don't get the money till the end of the quarter. Till
So Brian, I'm trying to also help out.
Yeah.
So you've made a new motion to authorize the commissioner to reinvest interest. You said monthly.
I would just add his discretion.
At his discretion, interest at commissioner's discretion for the betterment of the program.
Mhm.
So that covers like the impact and all of that?
Yeah, then we don't have to every month or
Yes, you're right.
every meeting, do the same thing for every CD we've got. For the betterment of the respective programs.
Mhm.
You got the wording on that? Okay, Dan? Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Trish has seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're gonna have this kind of automatic rollover that he does. Is the committee gonna be informed each quarter on which ones he did roll over?
Yep, there's already a report in there. There already gives the report anyway. Yep, it's right here. That's correct.
As long as we got that report, or whatever else, I mean, I know the review we just did on one, but that's what.
And the request.
We know that here's the date that he rolled it over and the amount that he rolled over at that time.
All actions are kept in this binder and given to both Post-Road Trust Fund Committee and NEDBA to review at every meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, those were the two, motions from the Veterans Affairs Committee. I will stand down and just my Fargo. Motion to accept his report.
And we have to accept your report.
Accept.
Okay. Did you make a motion?
You make a motion to accept
Oh.
your,
Okay, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that the full committee accepts the report of my committee, of the Veterans Affairs Committee.
There's been a motion to accept the, that's the fair committee report. Is there a second to that motion? Tom seconds?
Yep.
Any other discussion? Otherwise, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Legislative Subcommittee met in Fargo Holiday Inn Express on 11/14/25 at 16:33. Meeting called to order by Chairman Brian Bartlett. Roll call was conducted by Brian Bartlett. In a present was Tom Ryan on Teams, Tom Newton, Jacob Holt was absent. We had one guest, Lonnie Wagon, joined us after a gift. Minutes of the last meeting were read. Tom Newton, motion to accept, Brian Bartlett second. Discussion was held, motion passed. Next on our agenda was the legislative council minutes were reviewed and discussed from their September 18, 2025 meeting. Then we went on to the legislative items from the 2025 session, reviewed and discussed. Commissioner Wagon answered questions for us, and CHB 1293 headstone medallions were discussed. Our committee looked at the examples that the commissioner had briefed during his portion, and we liked each service medallion. If you guys want to take a look at his briefing, there he had some examples of individual ones, and then he went through. And then there was a couple different kinds. Number 10 slide had specific ones for National Guard, etc. And then on slide 11 was some more. Slide 12. Our committee, the legislative committee discussed and decided Commissioner Wagon should pursue individual by service medallions, but would like ideas from the full committee if you would like him to research any of the others. So at this point, I would open it up for the full committee to voice opinions on the medallions. If you would like the commissioner to research different ones, then we kind of like the service one, so that if you were in the National Guard, you could get a National Guard medallion. If you were in the reserve, etc., you could get your individual medallion to put on your headstone.
Question for you on that. Can I
Mhm.
ask a question? If you were in two places like the Army Reserves and the National Guard, can you,
Correct, then you'd be able to purchase both. Because right now there is no funding, but we feel that after these medallions, after we come up with what we like and the commissioner brings them next meeting or whatever, whenever, that there will be a funding source before the next legislative, you heard Mr. Dorman, how he doesn't want anybody to pay for the certain things. He voiced his opinion yesterday. We feel that will probably come to a different funding plan after that, but yes, we can't pay, if we buy them, the family would have to purchase at our cost. We can't. I'm explaining that correctly.
These rabbit holes become some direction for you. You guys said, just look at this, I just look at this. You wanted me to look at something unique, or you want me to go and look at both so you can see what the pros and cons are. I'm happy to do either one. I just wanted some guidance because I hate to do a lot of work and you come back, well, we don't even like that new one, we just want these.
I think they should keep it to the service brand because that's the service logo,
I love that, yeah. And with that, I would have to see what the licensing and use laws would be. Could we sell them? Even if we made no profit, okay, we ordered 500 of each, they cost us $3 each, we sell them for $3. Or we buy them and we give them. What's the difference with each branch and their policies for us using their emblem? Compared to if we create our own, then it's not specific to that person if it just says guard and reserve. Well, what guard, what reserve, so. I can search them both down and get you all your pros and cons, but that's where I'm at now. They just said to do it. It didn't say to do it by a certain date, or we have to make it available to the families. What that means is either we find money or they pay for it, so. Just looking for your input on this, about how best I should move forward, and I'll do it all. I'll look at both options. I got somebody trying to plan something unique for us that might be able to have an engraved spot, right? Navy, Marines or something, but then I find these and they look great, so.
Question, since all those branches, they're taxpayer funded and emblems taxpayer funded, you'd be able to use that without?
Well, United States Air Force, right? You can use things like that. You can't use something that says department because that's supposed to be on their product, right? Like official documents. However, you can probably use this if you use it according to their logo requirements, but when you start charging,
Gotcha.
a whole new door opens. So I just want to check that, and maybe our attorney general's office can track that down for us.
We're not making a profit, they might deal in too, for just charging blank face,
Yeah. And hopefully then, as soon as we're gonna charge a family, there'll be some other funding that'll come through, so we don't have to even worry about it, and just give it to them. That's our hope.
I think that was an oversight because the legislators who brought that bill and fought for it, thought the 45,000 that I voted them was in the budget. It was just one of those fiscal notes that I had to do. Nobody said I motion to put the money in. So I think they wanna support it, they just didn't appropriate.
I mean, being a guard for 30 years, that's that first guard, and that's my symbol. I got them back in my blazer, that's been on there for 30 years.
Yeah, say that.
And then if you have served in the reserve and in the guard, you could get one of each. So it doesn't limit or get whatever you want.
Are you gonna have people that have buried their family members come and request those? Have you thought about that? Or-
That's the element, to be glued right to the headstone.
Yeah, but so if they're already passed and it's not on there, Nate could go get one and put it on.
That's the,
The intent.
So,
that's where it came from.
so pretty quick in our cemetery, we're gonna have all of those on there someday, probably, huh?
Only if family wants them.
Only if the family wants them.
Yeah.
Okay,
This isn't for the state cemetery or national, they get their own.
Yeah.
This is for a private cemetery with no markings on it,
oh, I see, gotcha.
so.
Yeah, so
Understood.
Memorial Day, when all the flags go out, you know, when they mark on every
Yeah.
cemetery, it would make it much easier for some of those cemeteries if they have these.
My brothers,
Some of the headstones.
my brother's headstone, we left room for the future of this.
Okay,
Because he didn't qualify for one, he served in the guard. But we left room so we can fix whatever comes up here still.
there were two of you in the guard?
With these medallions, are they gonna be on top of the military marker or the VA marker?
There wouldn't be a PA marker.
Okay, it's all the same, don't use the VA marker.
If you're not eligible for anything else, because you didn't do more than 6 years or whatever.
Yeah.
The family can say, well, we want to get this to put on their headstones.
Absolutely. Okay.
And it came from a Marine. He was doing the flags, and he's like, I know this guy served in the guard, he's on my paper, it's no mark, why can't we get it marked? So,
Awesome.
I guess my concern would be, kind of like with the funeral coins, is the legislation gonna say it's gotta be self-sustaining program, or they're gonna continue to fund it? And secondly, problem with, this is just what I see, with each service branch having their own entity for their own thing. We're gonna have to keep an inventory of all 5 branches and provide those as they are needed. So, I mean, in my view, maybe one medallion with, and then they can engrave it, the family. Otherwise, I don't know, like, it becomes just a nightmare. That's just my 2 cents.
Having
I'm the one
nothing,
that
I can see that.
I was hoping I could find a vendor that would
Be a
do this for
clearinghouse.
us. And we could just share with the funeral directors, here's where you can get them.
They can order direct from the vendor. That would be the ideal.
Nobody ups and downs.
So once you got them set up, you can just, they couldn't, hopefully better at it.
That it wouldn't go through your, it would be
Well,
ordered
and
direct.
then the problem with that, and I don't want to mention it.
Oh, no, I don't hear it.
Procurement. So if it's a vendor, okay, they're on the vendor registry, great. What happens if there's other vendors? Now we gotta put it out for bid. And then hopefully that lowest bidder doesn't go out of business, then we have to do it all over again. So like with the funeral coins, as we found out, oh, well, this one can do it cheaper now, so let's go with those guys. I like the idea, I'm just saying for the staff, you know, it's a lot of work. I really wish the National Guard would have taken this, but they have a habit of pushing things down to us. So,
Any other state have this problem?
What's that?
Does any other state have this problem or?
I don't think any other state does this. I've sent out an email to all of them and
Nothing back, okay.
nothing came back, no. That's why I was hoping that whoever got this, they could just use it for all states and we could
Yeah, that's what.
make it without us having to jump through hoops. So I guess you guys want me to just research both options
Yeah.
and come back with the good pros and cons, the.
I'd say research both,
That's,
cover our bases.
Okay. I just need a guidance. I'll send myself an email.
Motion or we just?
Well, I'd have, this is Tom. There's one other thing about that, that paragraph there, they use the word spouse. Well, the national cemeteries, they allow next to kin like an infant son. I've already got that lined up for myself. I have an infant son who passed away about 40 years ago. So when they just say spouse of the NG or reservist, and then it says in the last line there on Roman numeral 3, member and spouse. I'd like us to maybe take a look at that. That was part of our discussion yesterday, to not use the word spouse, but next of kin or something to that effect.
So that's in the 2027 possible legislator. We're still on 2025 past legislation right now.
Oh, okay. I see the 2025 though. That's where it's listed. And the burial medallion grave marker paragraph. Alrighty. Just consideration.
And yeah, we're just about to that. Just hang on, Tom. Okay, so still in the 2025 legislative session. Next, we looked at HCR 3005. Frank E. Evans was discussed in our subcommittee, and our subcommittee recommends ACOVA draft a letter in support for the next legislative session. So.
To the Secretary of Interior and now.
Oh, okay.
Our North Dakota Veterans Legislative Council, Jim Nelson, has taken this as, I don't want to do it again. I've done it twice. They're never going to do it. I'm giving up. So he doesn't want to bring the families and get their hopes up again.
The Secretary of Interior.
Which is Fargo. So I reach out. It'd be nice if we get a letter from you guys saying, hey, you know what? Just get the names engraved. Have Don sign something when he's not looking. Executive order, and it's done, because our Codell is not gonna get it done. It's been 15, 20 years that people have been asking me to do it, so. We need a different route.
Army's office can look on that. It was the commission with Murray to sign, Senator.
You write a letter, I'll sign it.
All right.
Okay. You wanna discuss that now, and because we're making the recommendation for that, so we would need the body to say yes, go ahead.
I'll make that motion that we write a letter to the Department of Interior to get his name on the wall.
Second.
Rich made the motion, Tom second.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
I'll second.
No, I'll second.
Lots of seconds, so.
Okay, dirty.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Same sign. Motion carried.
Okay, next we went on to the 2027 legislative items. They were reviewed and discussed. Now, Tom is, Tom was referring to the possible legislation. There is a state cemetery, National Guard Reserve burial allowance headstone cost. In that, it has a headstones, 380 each for each National Guard member, and it says and spouse. We just visited with the commissioner about, I should say dependent instead of spouse. And this is just possible legislative item, so it's not in engraved in anything. This can change. This is fluid till the session, so we just made note of that for the commissioner. And then we had no other business. Tom Newton motion to adjourn, second by Tom Ryan, and the motion was carried. And Commissioner, I make a motion to approve our subcommittee minutes. That's appropriate.
There's a motion to approve the legislative subcommittee minutes. Is there a second?
So moved.
Steve seconded. You got a discussion?
I'll second it. I thought there was a second.
There was. All in favor, say aye.
Right.
Both same sign. Motion carried. Post-board trust fund.
Dan, can you put ours up on the screen?
Read it. Is that what you want, or you want?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. So,
Can you see that? The reading?
yeah, do you want,
I
do you
got
not read it?
You want me to zoom in?
Can you zoom in? For our secretary's bad eyes?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Use the plus sign.
Plus, you know,
Control plus, bigger.
no, I'm having a tough time to see it.
You read that?
Can you read it now? Okay.
Well, I guess we can all try to read it. If they hold
Need to bring more.
I can read it for you, Dave. You can't read it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
prefer that because I'm afraid I'll miss something.
All right,
Is that
so
better?
Better. You.
you wanna go stand at the podium? Go stand at the podium.
That's 160%. Was that good?
Go stand at it.
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
There you go.
That good? That's 107.
Let's try it. Let's see what we can do.
I'm just gonna do.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, you
Okay.
better do it.
So the post-works trust funds subcommittee, these are our draft minutes, the administrative committee, veteran affairs, we met on November 15th and 16th, or 14th and 15th. The meeting was called to order by Chairman Trishani at 4:35 PM. Roll call was taken by Secretary Dave Hilloran. Members present was myself as the chair, Dave Hilloran, Secretary, Jim Hapola, Steve Anderson. We had one member absent, Jim Bearwood, but we've all seen his letter of resignation. And we had one guest present, Mr. Longway. We had the approval of the agenda, motion by Steve Anderson, second by Jim Hapola. To approve the agenda, motion carried unanimously. We had the approval of the September 18th, 2025 minutes. One correction was noticed that we had the CD terms should have read 12 to 24 months. We made that correction with a motion to approve the minutes as corrected by Jim Hapola, seconded by Steve Anderson, motion carried unanimously. We reviewed the post-war trust fund 410. The committee reviewed that fund. Commissioner clarified that the Fisher House interest investments fall under the Department of Veteran Affairs, to put that into the CD. We had questioned whether that was our job to do, but it wasn't, so no action was necessary on that, and we just made a recommendation that that committee do invest that, which they did, and this board did approve earlier this morning. So that was it for number 4. Moving on to number 5, we reviewed the status of the post-war trust fund binder as it refers to interest earnings. And the interest earnings for 23 to 25 were a total of $377,205.22. And there was no action to be taken on that. We reviewed the status of the patriotic license plates revenue for all the bienniums, for a total of $124,300. No action was necessary on that item. The review of the income tax checkoff revenue for all bienniums at a total of $157,041.57. No action was taken on that item. Those seem to be working just fine. There was an other business category. Let's see. So we had discussion on avenues to raise money for the post-war trust fund or Department of Veteran Affairs funds. So legislative and program options reviewed. At this time, we didn't have any other avenues other than what was recommended in the past. We had, 2 items on request for post-war trust fund dollars. But we couldn't find any written requests, and we were waiting at that time for, the commissioners, so he was busy with another committee, so we had tabled that for a moment and recessed briefly. So we moved on to other business, and we had no additional other business, so in our recess, we recessed till this morning. And then we reconvened this morning at 8:45 a.m. to discuss what the commissioner presented to us, and he presented information regarding the ARPA funded transportation program. So if you move one more slide. So he talked about this program would cost no more than 10,000 per year, and that's probably a high estimate to keep that transportation need, which is still significant, particularly in rural areas. That veterans still struggle with access to appointments, even with the number of CBOCs that are in the state. And that with our additional trust fund interest earnings this biennium, we do have the capacity to support this need, that this program aligns with existing post-war trust fund funded transportation assistance that we already have in place through our hardship assistance grant that we give to individuals. So transportation is something that we have funded, and that the federal funds do end, and that supplemental support is needed. So the committee agreed that continuing the transportation support is consistent with existing veteran support programs, and that it is affordable to our current earnings at, no more than $10,000 per year. And it's necessary to meet the transportation needs within the state of North Dakota for our veterans. So we had a motion by Steve, seconded by Dave, to recommend that the ACOVA approve up to 10,000 per year to support the continuing transportation services previously funded by the federal program, and require that the Department of Veteran Affairs create a written policy outlining allocation procedures prior to distributing any funds. Which means that your committee is going to have another policy to create. Yay, you. And then our motion carried unanimously.
Thousands.
Then, we would like to bring that motion to the floor, for approval by the committee as a whole.
Motion to, members up to my subcommittee here. Just in the space up there, that's when you make motion to make it.
That's the motion,
Okay,
correct?
is there a second to that motion? Yeah, they should.
Dave Heller.
Okay.
Since you did all my reading for me, what to work.
Okay.
We have them.
Any discussions on this motion?
Elizabeth Setter.
Get financial advice. That's the only in currency.
Here's no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion carries.
Okay, and then we had an adjournment, motion to adjourn by Steve Anderson, seconded by Jeff Havla. The meeting was adjourned at 8:50 on November 15th at 2025. So I then will present a motion to approve our meeting minutes for the post-war trust fund sub.
Second.
Motion by Trish, second by Nathan. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I've got one discussion, under item 8 there, avenues to raise money for post-war trust fund. The last time when we testified for the homeless grant and different things, one of the questions by committee people were, what are the veterans groups doing to help the post-war trust fund? We're always asking for money to go into that or whatever else, and they gave us 500,000 into that, 500,000 for the homeless. And they really questioned what we were doing with our charitable gaming money or whatever else. So I would, I guess I think it would be a good gesture at least to send a letter of request from our veterans groups asking for donations from our charitable gaming to go into the post-war trust fund. You know, I think the letter from the commissioner's office, maybe it's not homeless, backing that letter go out to all our VFWs, all our MVETs groups that have charitable gaming, saying that they can now donate parts of their charitable gaming to post-war trust fund. Be very, in the spirit of, showing that, showing the legislator that we are requesting that support.
My question is, I don't think we can do that. I think that possibly the coordinating council or the legislature.
We can't.
Can we send that solicitation?
Well,
We can.
I was told by the legislature.
Okay.
we could.
I didn't know that we could as a state agency. Okay.
I do good because he asked for a lot of grants, he asked for the donations too.
Okay, so if, as long as we can, as a state agency, send that. Then I'm all for it. I didn't know, I thought we had some restrictions on that.
You could say something like, due to the last legislative session, we can now donate to the post-war trust fund.
If it's an informational, then maybe it's under that some way that we can provide that information to them along with the form that they need to do so, then I'm all for it. I think that then we can add that motion. I think if we accept these minutes, then we can go in and do a motion on.
Well, further clarification on that, are these funds then are post-war trust fund, are they gonna be, if they are donated, will they, be added to the principal to draw interest? Is that what we're doing? Okay, I just want to make that clear.
They're gonna figure out a way, remember?
Yep, I knew we were dealing with this anytime.
Right now, you could send money to our office for anything. Change that too, so we can accept and spend. So if you say this is for our housing, this is for the funeral funds or whatever, we can accept it, expend it only on that. Can't use it for everything else.
HBOT or something like that, so we don't, they have money for us.
That is correct. And I thought that one of your committees said something with the, money left over from the Vietnam vet coins. If somebody take a motion on that, I can't remember if we had that. Same thing, you guys gave us 10,000 or something.
I think so.
To finish off the Vietnam vet coins. And we still got donations, so we need that to go back into the post-war trust fund. But since you guys gave us that money, I have to use it for those coins, which are all purchased. So I will need permission from you to put that back in the post-war trust fund grant program. I guess I'll just tell you that. You guys can make a motion as a committee now. So there's like 2,000 something in there on the report.
So we're still in the, discussion on the meeting minutes, so we wrap up that and then we can go into that vote.
Yes.
All discussion, so that's okay.
Yeah.
There's a motion and a second on the floor to accept the post-war trust fund minutes, subcommittee report. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Appeals committee.
Do we want to handle the motion to direct the department to send a solicitation letter for post-war trust fund donations from gaming organizations?
We can in a minute.
Okay, go through the next.
Let's take care of the appeals.
Check, then we'll take care of the appeals.
If you guys have a meeting,
We did.
okay?
We'll get the minutes up here. So let's take a matter of seconds. So the appeals subcommittee draft minutes met on November 14th. The meeting was called to order by Chairman Hodney. At 5:04 PM, roll call was the same as the post-war trust fund, all members present, except former member Jim Fairway, who resigned. We had one guest present. Approval of the agenda by Steve Anderson, seconded by Dave Hillerin. Motion carried unanimously. We had the minutes from September 18th, 2025, which included a number of appeals. So a motion by Steve Anderson, seconded by Dave Hillerin, to waive the reading of those minutes since it included a bunch of sensitive information due to those appeals. And those minutes were approved. The motion carried with one abstention by Jim Hapla, who wasn't present during that meeting. The review of the appeals and folders and procedure, the committee is requesting that those appeals procedures be emailed to all members for review prior to the next meeting so that we can have the 3 months to go through those procedures, individually and then come to the meeting prepared to do that review. This wasn't enough time to do that in that short time period. Other business, we had none. Appeals hearings number 6. We had no appeals on the docket, so if you go scroll up, there was a motion to adjourn by Steve Anderson, seconded by Jeff Hopla, and that meeting adjourned at 5:12 p.m. on November 14th, 2025. So, gentlemen, I move that these meeting minutes for the Appeals Committee and accepted.
For a second,
Second.
thank you for the seconds. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, say aye.
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 Same sign. Motion carried. Now we'll go back to other business. Want to make a motion to write a letter?
Yes, I'll make that motion to write the commissioner's office, write a letter to Veterans Charitable Gaming committees requesting funds for the Fort Trust Fund to be added to their principal.
Okay. There's a motion to write a letter to all, again, to, that they are now allowed to add to the post-war trust fund. Is there a second to that motion? Yep. Okay, Dave seconded. Any other discussion?
Yes. I would like it to be notifying the BSOs and individuals that they can contribute to the post-war trust fund, not specifically soliciting gaming funds. Some of the posts have departments, whatever they're called, detachments, variously. You know, some of them have gaming, some of them don't. Some of them don't do gaming intentionally. And so,
press release saying that.
so I don't think that we're only seeking profits from gaming funds, but we're telling our BSOs, from which we've been nominated on this committee, that they can individually contribute and help the state grow the post trust. So I'd like it to be more general, not calling out specifically gaming funds, but just notifying the organizations that they may actually contribute. That's my suggestion.
They want to do a press release then.
I understand that, but I think many of the organizations that have gaming are not aware that they can use those charitable, so that's got to be very clear in there that the legislature, I mean, they were quite adamant, a couple of them, in the subcommittees about why aren't the veterans clubs that have charitable gaming donating any of their charitable funds to this? Keep coming and asking us for money, but I don't see the veterans, you know, the AMVET Post 7, VFW donating any money to this one. You know, they're not buying into it themselves. And, you know, that was their point, that we're not really pushing our veterans organizations that have that to do those kinds of things. So I agree that more inclusive, but we need to, that letter needs to be very clear that charitable gaming funds can now be put in there because they're not aware of it.
On with any.
They couldn't do it.
Correct.
Right, that's just it, though. It's just this, like, it's press release stuff because it's vital information though.
Well, nobody could individually donate to it.
I can read the law that they changed. It says adding to the. I'm sorry.
Well, that's part of we already have a homeless program that we use our gaming charitable for. You know, so we already opened the program up, that's where some of our money goes. Because we could, like you said, we couldn't use it before, so we opened the program up to use that.
It doesn't mention gaming. It says a veteran service organization as defined under section 5306.1-01 may donate funds to a veterans post-war trust fund for homeless veteran services to prevent and eliminate veteran homelessness. And I talked to the treasurer, so I don't know how we can limit that and invest just for homelessness and make sure it gets spent for that. So he's like, we'll just donations go into the principal because a lot of our grant programs that we do really address housing issues, you know, financial issues that could lead to homelessness. So I asked him to have the Attorney General's office chime in and write a letter so that we're covered, but. So it doesn't necessarily say Sherwood Gaming, but that's the intent, because that's what Headland went off on like this. Why you guys have millions and you're not helping?
Yeah, that's right. We gave you the opportunity to raise money. So,
There you go, yeah.
so then my discussion, I guess I could add call that a friendly amendment to the, stating that the letter include more than just the gaming model, calling out the gaming, information.
I accept that. Yeah. Okay. There's a motion and an amendment on the table. If everybody understands, we don't, then we can have to go through it again. Write the letter and ask for game funds to go to the post-war trust fund. All those, any other discussion?
Yes, sir. Is Lonnie drafting that for you to sign from the committee?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign. Motion carried. Any other old business we can take care of?
One more.
Yes. You guys gave us that $10,000 for the coins. Got it all. And, so I would just need some motion that those funds, remaining funds donated for post-war trust funds that were, we just go back to the 410 account for grants.
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion to, there's a motion to put the money back into the 410 account that is left over from Vietnam claims.
Second.
Okay, second it, you got it by just by a bucket.
Tom's gonna come through.
Okay. You may have.
Motion by Trish. Any other discussion? Not all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All same sign. Motion carried. Any other old business? Okay. Go through the roundtable discussion. I guess my question this week is, do we like this Friday, Saturday? And Trish brought that up real quicker. And that was my question. Do you like this Friday, Saturday? It's a trial deal that's never been done before. So that's why I said it's Friday, Saturday meeting. We'll start with Tom up there. Tom, you're up first. Tom, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. On the round table, do you like this?
Oh,
Friday,
round
Saturday?
table. Yeah. I really, a lot of information put out this weekend. There's a lot of good stuff. I'm sure Kathy's going to have a happy retirement if she can give us a speech. But, yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I got a basement flood problem. In and out last couple of days, plumbers are down there digging up my basement floor. But otherwise, everything sounded really good. The discussion's really good. I know our subcommittee, we had a thorough discussion on all of our points of interest. Again, thank you. Oh, and Dan, all weekend, my audio was perfect here on my computer, but I was never able to get your video feed. And I know I had talked a little bit about that yesterday with Pat. Yeah. Okay, Patricia. All right. Thank you. Anything else, sir?
Oh, that's it. Dan, I'd like Friday, Saturday.
I get comp time, so I'll be taking Monday out. That's explain that. Yeah, I hope everybody liked the venue. It was kind of a last minute, had to scramble to find a place because of all the events going on this weekend. I like the conference room. Certainly, this is a good place to maybe consider if we ever come back to Fargo. I guess the biggest issue that I have is just communication. That's why I asked for this. If you prefer text or email, but part of the problem with setting these up is I need to know how many rooms we need. Otherwise, we ended up paying for empty rooms. And we don't wanna have to do that, because that's your guys' budget, so, I just asked that it be, more reactive to these things. If you want,
What is the drop dead date on anything like that? 48 hours prior? What's the drop dead date usually?
but I usually try to do like 4 weeks prior to lock it in, just because of the events that, kind of take over. If you want a text, I need to know your carrier though. So if you didn't write that down, you want a text, please put your carrier on there. Murray was the only one that did it. Didn't follow the chairman's example, or an email, that's fine, but, yeah, we definitely need that part improved. Other than that, everything went pretty smooth. The test on this stuff was great, and then the meeting started. And, of course, everything went to heck, but, thank you for your support and, working with me to take over for Kathy and fill in those shoes, and, I'm not even in the heels yet, so, just be patient, that's all I have. Thank you.
Fine.
We always did Friday, Saturday when I first started.
Oh, did you?
Because of scheduling, and I really enjoyed it when you went to Thursday, Friday, because it's 4 times a year, I'm good with it, that'd be weekend stuff anyways. I'm looking forward to the Grand Forks one. You guys should have got an email now from Calendar Whiz from me.
Got it.
Okay, I just set that up, I set up the next meeting. I can't see if you're accepted those or denied them. So if you're not getting them, let me know and I'll resend you an invitation. So those go out now, plus a reminder. And we also send out our agenda, but that's on our calendar, so anybody can see them, but it's also a reminder to you guys, so that's why I said that all right away. I think I had something else here. Oh, governing board. I think I'm just gonna leave this on here from now on, every meeting that, who's coming up. So right now, we got a possible for Trent Vargas to fill in for Kurt or Dave, right? And then we need to find out from Kathy. So if Kathy says she's done, which I don't think she is, she's great, she'll probably stick around. But we'll get that, copy of that application, so if you guys have anybody else interested, please remember that for February. Cause that's really the time to send that last application out. And then we can vote on them that other time, so.
Who's taking over for Vernon?
What's that?
Who's taking over for Vern?
Vern's still there.
Okay,
He's not on this board anymore,
okay.
but he's on that, and we have a policy of having at least one ACOVA member. I don't know, that's Tom. Okay, so. Other than that, great meeting, I thanked NDDVA, not the rest of you, didn't do a lot, but they got a lot on their plate, and they worked late last night, so I appreciate getting those policies out, so we can get to work. Thank you.
Dean?
I'm good with Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whatever, maybe be flexible with that. Just going to some of these different locations, I think it's pretty cool. Only thing I would say, if you're getting books or rooms, I know with Kathy, when I first started this, she said it just had to be separate, which I get that, so, but like for me, if you had book of rooms here, or if you had extra ones, I ended up staying across town a little bit, so I wasn't able to stay here, but if if that comes up, that you had an extra one, or we worked something out. I think before it was just, sometimes when in Bismarck, I know especially, I'll go and check in and they end up billing you guys instead of billing the veterans home. So it's just a billing thing to get that straightened out, but that's my only, like with Kathy, I always just knew where it was and I would just call and get it myself then, but sometimes there was billing issues, but if we work something out, that's fine. If not, I can still do it on my own.
I think we can work something.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that too? In the past, between chairman and Kathy and the vet zone, every once in a while, they take the travel paid by the vet zone. So they would split it up because you kind of oversee the vet zone board too. there's been some changes there, but that's something that we can discuss again. I don't know how she did it and how the past chairman did, but that takes off the strain on our budget a little bit, only if you have the budget for it. Okay.
There you go.
Good. Everything went, I thought, really well too. It was my first time in developing policy, and I want to thank my committee for your helping learn how to do that. And so I'll be better prepared for next February. It sounds like we'll be doing another one. So, yeah, it's been interesting learning all of this, and I appreciate everybody's kindness and help. Thanks.
But it's, yeah, usually the standard ones, when you review them, just to see, you gotta change your numbers, like we do once a year, and that's standard, we check those out, so. What happens? Nathan?
Right, Dan, I apologize for being late with responses. Try to improve myself.
Yeah, we go all first,
Really pleased to be on this committee. Thank you all for including me and for the work that we do. It's a big year, 250 years. Army, Navy, Marine Corps. It's 235 for the Coast Guard, 68 for the Air Force, and 6 years for the Space Force, but appreciate everybody's service. I imagine there will be other forces in the innovative future of the United States of America. I don't know what they are, but nobody imagined an Air Force, 250 years ago. Yeah, greatest one there is. So it's a real pleasure. I wish I was still a young man, still serving on active duty, but pleased to be serving our veterans and in a sense, our current active duty. So thank you all for your service and those ladies and gents who are still doing the do. Appreciate it. That's all I've got.
Joe?
Yeah, no, thank you for coming, inviting me again. It's been fun doing this, keep helping out when I can, where I can. I don't care about, I can adjust my schedule about Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Both those work for me. Or in the middle of the week or beginning of the week. So, appreciate it, thank you. Thanks for coming next.
The, I want to thank, Lonnie and Dan for the good communication. That's awesome. The facility here is great, great meeting room, beautiful rooms. As far as my preference, I prefer Thursday, Friday, due to obligations at home, but once a quarter, I can put up with that. Now, as far as, I want to thank everybody. I learned a lot this weekend. I do want to thank everybody for that good communication amongst us all. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Jim?
Well, I'm retired, so either day works for me. And 2 days is 2 days, but you gotta do it 2 days so you can get done in the middle of this day and get on with your weekend. I wanna thank you for what you do. Especially this outfit, you're doing the veterans helping veterans, and that's what it's all about. And, just keep thinking that and helping that and pushing it that way and helping the veterans, and thank you, and I hope to get better so I can help you guys out with it. So, thank you very much.
Worldwide trip.
Yeah. Well, I'm finally here in person. For having me. Thanks to my committee for putting up with me being on Zoom. And, yeah, it's in 3.5 years when I retire. I'd be open for any day, but thinking forward, I mean, that is something we've been talking about, is how this committee needs younger representation, and I just know we're not gonna get there unless we figure out a way that they can be here. And that's one of the ways, is to figure out how we get them here, and their priority is their family. And I don't know if we can solve it by Friday, Saturdays, but we've got to come up with how to get those younger veterans to this round table. So that is a discussion for another day, but I've been on this committee on and off it for, I don't even know how many years now. It's going on 20. It might be.
Seems like longer.
I know, yeah. That's me though. I don't know if that's. So just, I appreciate everything. I hope Jim's okay. I didn't hear what he was, I read his letter. It's too bad, we'll miss him. Being our secretary, he's been it for a long time. Forward to Kathy's retirement party tonight. Hope to see many of you there. I know you are gonna miss it. But yeah, thanks for having me. And for those on that committee, if you get a chance, if you weren't a veteran service officer, there is a little packet of information with all the policies that you give the veteran service officers that has all the grants and is it? I saw it there, but is that got it?
Policies.
Got everything?
It's under policies.
They were bigger.
I can email them to everybody, so.
Yeah.
I thought they were bigger, but it didn't look like it had everything. Did they shrink? Okay. Didn't look like it had everything, but yeah, I mean, for new committee members too, if you haven't seen all of the policies or all of the grant programs in written form, it's very helpful to understand, what's happening at the VSO level, or if you haven't had a chance to go to a training. I did VSO when I first moved back to North Dakota in 2002, which gave me an insight that others didn't have when they first joined this committee, which makes it really confusing when we first come on. So the more that you can understand what our VSOs, veteran service officers, are doing on the ground, is very informative when you come here, and it really helps with the lingo and the policy making and the budget planning. So that would be just my insight. And I know you have a training coming up in the spring, and we're always invited. So if you get those dates on your calendar and you're interested, Steve has a VSO background. John, do you have a VSO background?
No, well, I only try to visit my PSO once a year when I go to the VA. I know they're busy guys and they're trying not to overwhelm them.
Yeah, so, but it's a good training and it provides a lot of information, so.
So, Boss had us develop this beautiful website for all of you to access.
Okay,
And
there we go.
all the policies are on there as well. So we'll email them to you.
Oh, then if it's on here, we don't need it. Okay.
Yeah, so take a gander. I hate to interrupt, but
Where did you go to when you were on the site? You just went to VSO?
veterans.nd.gov, VSO tools.
Loads of grads? Okay.
Publication research.
And I just want to say real quick, our intern and our volunteer did a lot of work on our state heroes page. If you want to take a look at that, they've been adding biographies and stuff. So kudos to them. That was a lot of work. They went through the whole red book and blue book line by line. So, get a chance, take a look. It's turning out.
Is that, excuse me, is that veterans.nd.gov?
Veterans, yeah,
Okay.
.nd.gov.
I can barely see it. I have Dave's syndrome.
We have a capstone person who's gonna work a whole spring semester on state heroes. He's gonna create a form that other people can fill out and make it fillable so it's all the same. And then kind of clean it up too, because we have some veterans that are there who died and all we know is they died. And that's sad. Well, the 4,277 there, we don't have them all, so if they get that many, so when volunteers come in, they can just go through that sheet and answer the questions, and it'll give you the resources where to research and find it all. But the families, when they see it, they just love it, and they call up and say, hey, I got more information, I got a better picture. This way we can get it all right, even things like specialists, being spelled out instead of being 50 different ways. It's hard to search things if they're all the same. So we got a guy working on it. It's kind of my passion, or one of my checklists for my bucket.
Well, first off, I think, Friday, Saturday weeks are really well, even for us retired folks. It's nice to have the 2-day deal and also overnight. Want to thank, our chairman of the subcommittee, Nathan, for his outstanding leadership in, getting this 900 policy put together. Really appreciate that. Great job. Still learn a lot. Appreciate the committee's input on some of the things I threw out here today and whatever else, and continue to learn and continue to make this, a great committee. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think as far as the whatever time frame, schedule this thing, I think it's workable. You know, the only time is we've got no conflict, perhaps if anybody wants to go to a football game or something like that. But I think if there's enough flexibility, you know, Dan's always worked on that with Lonnie in order to get that taken care of. So any time frame works for me. Especially appreciate the new set of eyes you give me and see if I can't work with it. But I think it's just a matter of the light over top of my range here that I have issues with it. That
I'm trying to turn lights down, but they go two ways. They go,
Yeah.
they go from this to infinite. That's why I say it.
Yeah, that is pretty good. A point out to Dan on this thing, you know, I know on the room registrations and getting that done. In order to modify a registration, it's impossible to change the date. Basically, you gotta be here in person to do it. I know I talked to Mr. Winiger and he was scheduled, but he had a heck of a time trying to, you know, I don't know how he got it resolved or not, but he had a conflict with overdue medical, probably dental and medical, like I said.
So, yeah, he did, tell me he was gonna call the front desk and cancel it. So what they'll do is give me a final list of everybody who attended. I asked her not to charge us for empty rooms if they had any, so she said she probably wouldn't. But they opened them up at like 9 o'clock last night, so.
Okay, yeah, I did visit with them on too, and I was scheduled to be here. I wanted to attend Kathy's retirement also, but I had a conflict with my sister medical flying in and didn't know all about it, so I had to take care of that. One other comment that I'd like to make on it, I did attend last end of October, right before Halloween. I went out to Myrtle Beach for a 101st Airborne conference of the fire base ripcord survivors. That was quite an event. I wasn't a man that had boots on the ground, but I was involved in the evacuation on CH-47 and stuff. And they honored me for being there and being part of the deal with a jacket. So I was quite thrilled with all that. Of the group, there's like 76 people there that survived it all, and I believe 57 of the 76 had been wounded in that conflict, and it went on from March 12th to July 23rd. Last time I flew in, it was on the 22nd of 1970, and it had been overrun 2 times. So and nobody talked about it because it was like, in May of, 69 is when, Hamburger Hill took place, and this was like 8 miles from Hamburger Hill and 10 months later. So I don't think we learned a hell of a lot, but we got there. But anyway, I wanted to just give kudos out to that group of people, and there's several North Dakotans that were involved in that conflict. Other than that, I think any day goes, and Trish has got me scheduled for an eye appointment, and we'll be going good.
You, I didn't realize Bill, Dave and I were in the airport somewhere, I forget where the hell we were, in the Delta Lounge. Yeah. And you're going about this Operation Ripcord. Look it up. Google it. It is fascinating. It's, yeah, everybody heard of Hamburger Hill? Google Operation Ripcord. This guy was there. Amazing. Anyhow, Hotel Fiasco Dan, old dog, new tricks. I'll try to be better. I'll try to be better.
Well, in your defense, the link did stop working. So ended up having to call and.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's probably the best way to do it.
That's what I ended up doing too.
Yeah. Any days work for me, I can make it work. We know far enough in advance, I can move stuff around. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whatever works for me.
Right?
But yeah. I can make anything work. Other than that, good meetings again. Lots of discussion this time. It was good. All I got.
I thought I didn't know what they're doing that backseat with electromagnetic impulse and taking the drones down. That would be, you didn't see that one truck there with that, you don't thought that's what they're doing. But we should electromagnetic impulse against drones and knock them out of here. That's new technology they're working with. That's that one drone was on fire for. That's what he did.
Not good for us.
Well, that's what it's power play, so if they're sending drones our way, we wanna shoot them down too, so. I thought that was neat, when they shot that one down with that magnetic pulse, you know. It's kind of a futuristic thing you think all the time, but it's out there. And, yeah, Friday, Saturday works for me too, if that works out better, to get everybody here, that's the main thing. I guess, and if we wanna move around the state, let everybody know where we're at. So we're not just sitting in one room, one place, so. That works for me, so. And I get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Steve made the motion to adjourn, is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
You would be very good at that one meeting. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All the same sign.
Oh, thanks, Steve. Thank you. I'll put that in, get it, take care of it.